This evening report.
Should be good.
All right.
No, let people put this stuff.
All right, can everybody hear us okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and now I know we have our interpreter. So we have a couple of cases that I know that we need the help with Spanish. Right here. Edric Mejias Calado.
Mejías, pasa al frente, por favor. Good afternoon, Your Honor. For the record, Monica Hernandez, court interpreter.
Good afternoon. And that gentleman should be at South County, I believe.
Y este caballero me parece que está en South County. Yes, Your Honor, I can see him.
All right. Sir, you're here on charges of domestic violence, aggravated battery, improper exhibition of a firearm, and domestic violence, aggravated assault.
Señor, usted se encuentra aquí en base a cargos de violencia intrafamiliar, violencia física agravada y exhibición impropia de un arma de fuego y violencia intrafamiliar con agravantes, con amenazas.
Do you need the service of the public defender?
¿Necesita usted los servicios del abogado de oficio?
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you.
Voy a nombrarle al abogado de oficio para que lo represente.
On the charge of improper exhibition of a firearm, your bond amount will be $1,000.
En cuanto al cargo de exhibición impropia de un arma de fuego, la fianza es de $1,000.
For the other two charges, your bond will be $10,000 each, and you'll be placed on pretrial release.
Pero en cuanto a los otros dos cargos, su fianza será de $10,000 en cuanto a cada uno de ellos y también tendrá que cumplir con condiciones de libertad condicional.
The conditions of pretrial release will begin immediately.
Estas condiciones de libertad condicional comienzan inmediatamente.
Those conditions will include that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You would have no contact with the alleged victim. You may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items.
Estas condiciones incluyen que usted no puede poseer, usar o portar armas de fuego, armas blancas, cuchillos o munición y se le prohíbe tener cualquier tipo de contacto o comunicación con la supuesta víctima. Usted podrá regresar solamente una vez a esa residencia dentro de las primeras 48 horas después de su liberación, acompañado de un oficial del orden público para recoger algunos artículos personales.
Good luck, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
Gracias.
Thank you. De nada, señor.
Then we have, Mario Velasquez Sanchez.
Approaching.
Se acerca.
Good afternoon, counsel.
Good afternoon.
Are you here for Mr. Velasquez Sanchez?
Yes, Your Honor. Trinidad Perez for the record.
Usted está aquí para el señor Velázquez Sánchez y su señoría Trinidad Peraza para las actas.
Charges are domestic violence, battery, and failure to redeliver a hired or released personal property.
El cargo es de violencia intrafamiliar con agresión física y no haber regresado bienes personales.
Counsel wish to be heard.
Yes, Your Honor. For the previous, there's already this $1,000 bond, so we would ask for that to remain. And for the domestic battery, we would ask for a $1,000 bond. He is aware
Sí,
that
su
he will not be.
señoría, para el anterior ya existía una fianza de $1,000 y pedimos que permanezca. En cuanto a violencia intrafamiliar, pediríamos $1,000 de fianza. No sé si él está al tanto o no.
He is aware.
No.
He is aware that he has a detainer hold for immigration, so he will not be released.
No sé si él está al tanto de que él tiene una orden de detención por parte de inmigración, así es que él no sería liberado.
All right, sir, so your bond in each of these cases will be $1,000, and if you're able to bond out, there are conditions of pretrial release, which will include the following: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You would have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Counsel,
Muy bien,
anything
señor, su fianza en cada uno de estos casos sería de $1,000. Si es que usted puede pagar la fianza, entonces tendría que obedecer las condiciones de libertad condicional, que sería que usted tendría 48 horas para poder regresar a esa dirección acompañado de un oficial del orden público para recoger algunas pertenencias. Abogada, ¿usted quiere decir algo más?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Y señor, se le prohíbe usar armas de fuego, armas blancas, cuchillos o munición.
All right, do we have anyone else who needs the service of the Spanish interpreter?
¿Alguien más que necesite intérprete en español?
Central has 8.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Central has 8.
8, as in one more than 7?
Correct.
Okay. Can you go ahead and give me the first name?
Diaz Jimenez.
Díaz Jiménez.
All right, sir, you're here on charges of driving on a license suspended or revoked. Your bond is $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Señor, usted se encuentra aquí por cargos de manejar con licencia suspendida o revocada. Su fianza es de $250. ¿Usted necesita un abogado de oficio? No.
All right, sir, you also have a case 26 CF 2296 that you're currently on bond for. That bond will be revoked. You will be held no bond pursuant to Parker v. State.
Señor, usted también tiene un cargo ya existente y se le va a mantener detenido sin fianza en base a Parker versus State.
Good luck, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
Contreras Luis.
What was the last name?
Gerardo.
Mr. Contreras,
Contreras.
you're in charge of shooting a missile into a dwelling with a bond of $5,000. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Honor, what is the last name?
Contreras.
Contreras.
Yes.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of shooting a missile into a dwelling with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Señor,
No.
usted se le acusa de arrojar un misil dentro de una vivienda y tiene una fianza de $5,000. ¿Necesita usted un abogado de oficio?
No.
No.
Good luck. Good luck, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
Juan Gonzalez.
Mr. Gonzalez, you're here on a allegation of a violation of probation for which you will be held no bond, a charge of driving a license suspended with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Señor, usted está aquí porque se alega que usted incumplió su probatoria y en cuanto a este cargo no tiene fianza. También se le acusa de manejar un vehículo con una licencia suspendida o revocada y es una fianza de $5,000. En cuanto a esto, ¿usted necesita un abogado de oficio, señor?
I apologize, sir. You apparently have a private attorney, or did have a private attorney for your violation of probation. Do you still have that private attorney?
Me disculpo, señor. Aparentemente usted tiene un abogado privado o lo tenía para el cargo de incumplimiento de probatoria. ¿Usted todavía tiene ese abogado?
No.
No.
Okay, then back to the original question. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Entonces le hago la pregunta original que le hice. ¿Usted necesita un abogado de oficio?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, then I will appoint the public defender to represent you, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor, we cannot be appointed on the 2020 CT 001030BA case because, go ahead.
Sí, abogada, adelante. Su señoría, nosotros no nos pueden asignar en el caso 20 CT 001030BA. ¿Por qué?
Because on January 9, 2024, his probation was revoked and he was sentenced to 180 days of GPS monitor, so we can't be appointed on that case because it's not actually a VOP.
Porque el 9 de enero del 2024 su probatoria fue revocada y a él se le sentenció a 180 días y tenía un GPS. Así es que no se le puede nombrar al abogado de oficio en este caso porque en realidad él no está en incumplimiento de probatoria.
He's here for violating his GPS, which he's been sentenced to 180 days on that.
Él está aquí por haber incumplido en cuanto a tener el monitor electrónico.
Well, we can be appointed to the new driving charge.
Pero no se nos puede nombrar en el nuevo cargo de manejo.
Then that's what we'll do.
Thank you.
Así es que eso es lo que haremos. Gracias.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Leon Alvarez. Luis.
What was the last name? Leon. Leon, thank you. I can't remember all these things.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of no valid driver's license. Your bond amount will be $1,000 as a result of an ICE hold. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Señor, usted se le acusa de no tener licencia válida de manejo y su fianza será de $1,000 debido a que tiene una orden de detención por parte de inmigración. ¿Necesita usted un abogado de oficio?
No.
No.
All right, sir, if you change your mind at your next court date, you can ask for the public defender at that time. You are subject to the immigration detainer. Good luck, sir.
Muy bien, señor. Si usted cambia de opinión, la siguiente vez que usted comparezca ante un juez, puede solicitar un abogado de oficio en ese momento y usted que está sujeto a una orden de detención de inmigración.
Okay.
Jose Martin,
José Marte.
All right, sir, you're here on 2 counts of violation of probation for which you will be held no bond and in charge of resisting an officer without violence with a bond of $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Señor, usted está aquí debido a 2 cargos de incumplimiento de probatoria para los cuales usted va a estar detenido sin fianza y también tiene un cargo de resistir a un oficial sin violencia con una fianza de $1,000. ¿Necesita usted un abogado de oficio?
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Le voy a nombrar al abogado de oficio para que lo represente. Buena suerte, señor.
Mendez Gonzalez,
Sandra Smith, is this Mendez Gonzalez, first name Alejandro?
yes,
Okay.
Sandra Smith de la Oficina de Abogados de Oficio. El primer nombre del señor Méndez es Alejandro.
Sí.
Yes.
Can I have a stipulation with the state regarding the contributing to delinquency charge?
Tenemos una estipulación con la Fiscalía en relación a contribuir al cargo de contribuir a la delincuencia.
On that one charge, there is no probable cause, and he should be released on his own recognizance, since there's no date of birth for anybody under 18 in the affidavit.
Y no existe causa razonable en cuanto a ese cargo y debería de liberársele bajo su propia promesa, ya que no hay una fecha de nacimiento para nadie menor de 18 años en el informe policiaco.
All right, sir, as to that charge, you will be released on your own recognizance. There's another charge there, racing on the highway. Your bond for that will be $10,000. Additionally, there is an ICE hold, so you will be subject to immigration detainer. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Muy bien, señor. En cuanto a ese cargo, usted se le va a liberar bajo su propia promesa, pero tiene otro cargo también, que es de hacer carreras en la carretera, para lo cual tiene una fianza de $10,000. Adicionalmente a eso, usted tiene una orden de detención por parte de inmigración. ¿Usted necesita los servicios de un abogado de oficio, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Le voy a nombrar al abogado de oficio para que lo represente. Buena suerte, señor.
Parada Torrea,
Sanderson Flood Defender's Office, same probable cause challenge, there's a stipulation with the state.
Hold on, what's the name?
Parada, Parada.
¿Cuál es el nombre? Parada. Sandra Smith de la Oficina de Abogados de Oficio. Es el mismo problema de causa razonable con la estipulación con la Fiscalía.
I don't remember what I said, but, no probable cause, there's a stipulation, no probable cause in ROR on the contributing to child charge.
Existe una estipulación junto con la Fiscalía de que no existe causa razonable para este cargo y solicitamos que se le deje en libertad bajo su propia promesa en el cargo de contribuir.
Contributing to delinquency of a child.
En cuanto al cargo de contribuir a la delincuencia de un menor.
The defendant will be released on his own recognizance as to that charge. As to the other charge, racing on a highway, the bond amount will be $10,000 as a result of the ICE hold, and he is subject to immigration detainer. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Entonces, señora, usted se le va a liberar bajo su propia promesa en cuanto al cargo de influir en la delincuencia de un menor, pero en el otro cargo, que es de hacer carreras en la carretera, va a tener una fianza de $10,000 como resultado de la orden de detención que existe por parte de inmigración en su nombre. ¿Necesita usted un abogado de oficio, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Le voy a nombrar al abogado de oficio para que lo represente. Buena suerte, señor.
Trejo Mentado,
Yeah.
Luis Trejo Mentado.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, sir, you're here on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, possession of cannabis resin with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Señora, usted se le acusa de posesión de parafernalia de la droga con una fianza de $1,000 y de posesión de resina de cannabis con una fianza de $5,000. ¿Necesita usted un abogado de oficio?
Yeah. Sí.
Yeah. Yes.
Oye, tengo una pregunta.
I do have a question.
Public defender will be appointed to represent you. What is your question, sir?
Se le va a nombrar al abogado de oficio para que lo represente. ¿Cuál es su pregunta, señor?
¿Puedo pedir fianza inmediata?
Can I get an immediate bond?
You just did. I just gave you a bond.
Se las acabo de dar.
It was faster than immediate. It was 30 seconds ago.
Fue rapidísimo, fue hace 30 segundos.
Good luck, sir.
Rápido que inmediato. Buena suerte, señor.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Any other Spanish?
¿Alguna otra persona que necesite intérprete en español? Levanten la mano, por favor. I see someone in the back, Your Honor.
I think he's just stretching.
¿O solo se está estirando? May interpreter be excused, Your Honor?
Well, hold on. I'm not sure what he was doing.
Okay.
Does that person need the Spanish interpreter?
La persona que levantó la mano al final de la sala, ¿necesita intérprete?
All right, don't interpret for a second. Let's just see here.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir, come on up. All right, sir, what's your name?
Señor, ¿cuál es su nombre? Oh, it's muted, Your Honor.
All right, sir, so can you take like 2 steps back so I can see you a little better? One more step. All right, and over to your right a little bit, because something's with the camera.
¿Qué quiere que haga?
What does he want me to do?
Oh, never mind. All right, what's your name?
Señor, ¿cuál es su nombre?
Jeffrey Méndez.
Jeffrey Méndez.
All right, sir, you were here on charges of violation of financial responsibility laws and DUI and refusal to submit to a breath alcohol test with a bond of $1,000 each.
Señor, usted se encuentra aquí por cargos de incumplimiento de una orden de responsabilidad financiera contra terceros, por manejar bajo los efectos y por rehusarse a someterse a una prueba para ver el nivel de alcohol en la sangre, con una fianza de $1,000 en cada uno de estos.
And then charges of driving with license suspended and attaching unassigned tag, which is $250 each. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Y después de eso tiene también cargos de manejar con licencia suspendida y de colocar una placa no asignada que tiene $250 de fianza cada uno. ¿Necesita usted un abogado de oficio?
Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Le voy a nombrar al abogado de oficio para que lo represente. Buena suerte, señor.
Su nombre, por favor.
Randy Santos.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery, and there is probable cause for the charge. Your bond amount will be $1,000, and if you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim. You may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Muy bien, señora, usted se le acusa de un cargo de violencia intrafamiliar con agresión física y tiene una fianza de $1,000. Si usted puede pagar esa fianza, tendrá que obedecer las condiciones de servicios de libertad condicional. En cuanto usted fuera liberado, estas entrarían en efecto desde ahora. Usted tendría prohibido el poseer, usar o portar armas de fuego, armas blancas, cuchillos o munición, y se le prohíbe tener cualquier tipo de contacto o comunicación con la supuesta víctima. Podría regresar solamente una vez a esa residencia dentro de las primeras 48 horas después de su liberación, acompañado de un oficial del orden público para recoger algunos artículos personales. ¿Necesita usted un abogado de oficio, señor?
Yes. Sí.
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Those conditions of pretrial release begin immediately.
Le voy a nombrar un abogado de oficio, señor, y tenga en cuenta que esas condiciones de libertad condicional empiezan a ser efectivas desde este momento, inmediatamente.
Additionally, sir, you are on probation currently with 25 CF 10088. That bond will, or the probation will be, and standard warrant will be issued as a result of the violation of probation. You will be held no bond on that charge. The public defender will be appointed to that as well.
Adicionalmente, señor, usted estaba en probatoria en el caso 25 CF 10088 y como resultado del nuevo incumplimiento se va a emitir una orden de arresto instantánea en cuanto a este incumplimiento de probatoria y se le va a mantener detenido sin fianza en cuanto a este cargo. Se le ha nombrado ya al abogado de oficio también.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
You're welcome, Your Honor. May you have a good day.
All right, we also have someone who needed the sign language interpreter, Lori Decrevel.
Okay, that was DEC.
That's the one I'm reading.
Okay, fine. Senator Smith, Polk Defender's Office. I did not see any prior record for her in Florida. And she had been listed as a victim several times in CCIS, but never the defendant. I would ask if she could either have straight pretrial release or a very low bond and be allowed to go back to the premises with law enforcement one time to get her stuff upon release from the jail.
All right, ma'am, you're here on charges of domestic violence, battery, and tampering with a witness.
You can't hear.
Sign language person need to come on video.
Oh, they can't see the interpreter on the screen at Central.
Ladies, young.
Testing.
Can we, okay,
She indicated that she can see me.
all right, great. All right, ma'am, you're here on charges of domestic violence, battery, and tampering with a witness. Your bond amount for the charge of domestic violence, battery will be $1,000, and if you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following. That you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. That you would have no contact with the alleged victim. But you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Additionally, you have a charge of tampering with a witness. Your bond on that charge will be $1,000. And do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, I do.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and we have one gentleman in South County we need to go ahead and take care of, Ali Kibaru.
Senator Smith, Polk Defender's Office. He's not available. I would wait.
Oh, he's there.
Is he there?
Order.
Senator Smith, Polk Defender's Office has to be appointed on this case. As I always do in these cases, ask for ROR.
I don't need a lawyer appointed.
A misdemeanor resisting without violence charge, we already represent him on several other cases. He was found incompetent in 2025 MM 002863BA, and would ask for ROR.
All right, public defender will be appointed. There will be a bond placed. It'll be $1,000. Good luck, sir. Now, counsel.
I don't need a public defender, but for citizen rights.
Thank you, sir. Step to your left.
All right.
Good afternoon, Judge. I have April Fletcher.
April Fletcher.
April
April
Fletcher.
Fletcher. Thank you.
I apologize for my enunciation.
All right, these are charges of battering a law enforcement officer and resisting officer without violence.
Yes, Judge, I have one probable cause challenge as to the resisting with violence charge.
Oh, I don't have resisting with, oh, I do, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The officer, of course, he outlines the facts at the beginning of the affidavit. If you look at the end where he articulates which facts are associated with each charge, under the resisting with violence charge, he articulates that Mr. Fletcher physically resisted being placed in the custody, which points back to the facts articulated in the 5th paragraph where he said that he pulled his arms away and refused to be placed in hand restraints. We believe that that constitutes a resisting without violence, but not necessarily one with violence. So we ask that the court only find probable cause for the bad Leo resisting without violence, but not with violence.
State.
Your Honor, state believes that there's enough contained within the affidavit to support finding probable cause for all 3 counts. I think it's fairly clear that the deputy in this case does lay out enough facts within to necessitate finding a probable cause for both battering law enforcement officer, resisting officer with violence, and resisting officer without violence.
All right, as it relates to the charge of battering a law enforcement officer, the bond amount will be $5,000. On the charge of resisting officer with violence, the bond will be $5,000. But I would, as to the charge of resisting officer without violence, I would find him no PC and he'd be released ROR based on that charge being subsumed into the other charge.
Understood, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Have a good
Good
night.
luck, sir. Bless you.
Thank you.
Mr. Shearer.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Lawrence here on behalf of Joe Pinkston.
Joe Pinkston, there it is.
I see Mr. Pinkston approaching.
All right.
Judge, I do question the probable cause in this matter. First of all, I think the court knows that a common pocket knife is not a weapon considered to be a weapon unless used in the form of a weapon. There's no allegations here that Mr. Pinkston ever approached the complainant or waved it at him or threatened him with or tried to do anything with the pocket knife. Mr. Pinkston was on his own property, which is a 10-acre piece of property, when this lawn man from the neighboring homeowners association, by his own admission, drove up to him on the golf cart, got within 4 or 5 feet of him, get off the golf cart, at which point Mr. Pinkston held a pocket knife in front of him, presumably so the man would no longer approach him onto his property. I think there's no evidence certainly for an aggravated assault because that requires some action of not just displaying a weapon, but also showing it's about to be used. He never did. He just said he held it in his hand in front of his own person after this man approached him on his own property. I also submit this lack of probable cause for even the lesser charge of dangerous display or improper exhibition of a weapon for the same reason. Mr. Pinkston is a dentist, 20 years practice in Lakeland, Florida Avenue, Lakeland Dentistry, and owns this piece of property and has for a number of years. If you wish, I can show you what the Google Maps what the property looks like.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
State wishes to be heard.
Yes, Your Honor. While I do not have the case law in front of me right now, the pocket knife is deemed to be a weapon under the case law. Additionally, Your Honor, the affidavit does make clear that the defendant pulled out the pocket knife and then started yelling at the victim. State believes that there is enough in this case to find probable cause.
All right, as to this particular charge, the court doesn't find probable cause, but for the charge of improper exhibition, there would be probable cause. The bond for that will be $1,000. And I'm not concerned about pretrial release conditions, given he was on his own property when he was dealing with those things. Anything else, Counsel?
Yeah, and the victim does not live on that property. He was just working on it.
Yes, sir. All right, thank you very much. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck, Dr. Kingston.
Thank you.
All right, so if the bailiffs would have everyone stand and be sworn in so we can begin this phase of the...
Stand up. Everybody rise. Gotta tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and so say, I do.
Raise your right hand.
I do.
Want to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, say I do. Hey, man, stand up. Stand up on the end. You gotta stand up.
Thank you.
Oh, we got one that doesn't want to stand. He can go back.
Hey, you gotta stand up, right?
I'm hurt. I got a bad back.
Okay, well, take your arms out the shirt.
All right, folks, you are here for first appearance. My name is Bob Grove. I'm the judge for the first appearance, so when you come up, I'm going to go over the charges with you. I'm going to ask you if you need the service of the public defender. If your answer is anything other than no, we'll talk about your financial situation, determine if you qualify for the public defender. Then we'll talk about if there's probable cause, and if there is, we'll determine any appropriate release or bond conditions. If you're given bond conditions or pretrial release conditions, those come into effect immediately. So you're on pretrial release just as soon as we finish talking. Please make sure you don't talk about anything about your case whenever you're up there. So if you want to ask a question, but then it might involve your case, don't say it, because you're under oath and everything's being taken on the record. So with that, we will start with South County Jail, beginning with Daniel Duncan. Mr. Duncan, you were here on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Additionally, sir, you're currently out on bond on 25 CF 10393. That bond will be revoked and you will be held no bond pursuant to Parker v. State. Good luck, sir. Raymond Manning.
Sanderson Public Defender's Office. We were appointed on his case yesterday. He and the alleged victim, Linda Austin, were both charged in the same incident with battery on each other. We were appointed yesterday. I have received a new report from the state that there would be probable cause for this case now. I would note that yesterday Linda Austin was here. She bonded out and she just posted a $1,000 bond and was not put on pretrial release conditions.
All right. Well, sir, you're here in a charge of simple battery. The bond amount will be $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Jonathan McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie, you were here for a warrant signed by the Honorable Judge John Flynn on a failure to appear for pretrial release conference.
I was Baker right there at the time, sir. I was Baker right there at the time.
Your bond is $500. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Arthur Prout.
The beneficiary and the executor of the trust is here under fear, threat, and duress, making a special appearance. I'm standing on my square.
Is Arthur Prout there?
The beneficiary and the executor of the
Well, I
trust.
don't need the
known as
beneficiary. I just need Arthur Prout. Are you Arthur Prout?
I am the beneficiary and the executor of the trust known as Arthur Prout.
Well, I just need Arthur Prout. If you're not him, just have a seat.
I am the beneficiary and the executor of the
Hold
trust
on,
known as
don't
Arthur.
talk. Just action. If you are Arthur Prout, stay right where you are. If you're not Arthur Prout, have a seat. Good enough. So you're here on a charge of misrepresentation of insurance, no motor vehicle registration, driving while license suspended or revoked with a bond of $250 as to each of those charges, and attaching a tag not assigned. That can't be right.
That's usually $250.
Yeah, that says $5,000, which that could be an issue. So I think that more appropriate would be $250. So the total amount of bonds is $1,000. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
My honor, before I can respond to that question, I need to know the nature and cause. Is this a criminal or civil offense?
All right, sir, well, if you change your mind at your next court date, you can certainly ask for the public defender at that time. Good luck, sir. Step to your left. Oh, hold on a second.
Hold up.
Oh, I apologize. The information I had was incorrect. The charge is actually possession of a counterfeit license plate, not attaching a tag unassigned. So the bond amount is actually correct of $5,000 because it's a third-degree felony. All right, good luck, sir. William Roscoe?
He's a product, Your Honor.
Citizen's Defender's Office, I do have a qualified challenge on this case, on Roscoe.
All right.
Okay.
And I would point out in the affidavit, the officer clearly states that he did not observe the defendant vehicle in motion. Honestly, he didn't see him in the vehicle. He's relying on, I believe, Mr. Roscoe's wife's statements, as well as possibly Mr. Roscoe's statement that he may have been in the car previously.
But there's no eyewitness to this.
But there's no police officer witness, according to this affidavit, to be able to testify that they saw him in the vehicle or in the control of the vehicle.
Steve?
Your Honor, state would request 24 hours in order to correct any defect with the probable cause affidavit. It does look like there was another officer involved. Explanation, however, it doesn't appear that they're.
All right, we'll hold this over for Judge Gibson tomorrow for first appearance, but defendant is entitled to, on this point, will be $1,000.
So if he wants to bond out tonight, he can bond out for $100 cash to a bondsman, or he can wait until tomorrow. Okay, and then we'll deal with public defender tomorrow, whether or not he.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, good luck, Mr. Roscoe.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
James Seymour? Mr. Seymour, you're here on a charge of trespassing an occupied structure. Your bond is $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender? I can't hear you, sir.
I need a public defender.
You got it. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Javar Smith?
Sure.
Mr. Smith, you're here on a charge of aggravated battery causing bodily harm or disability. State wish to be heard on this.
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this is a motion for pretrial detention. Should Your Honor find this motion to be legally and facially sufficient, State would request a pretrial detention hearing set for next Monday, April 20th at 1 p.m. on the A2 docket.
All right, the motion for pretrial detention is well taken. The defendant will be held no bond until that hearing, which is scheduled for April 20th at 1 p.m. with Division A2. Additionally, the defendant has open PTR case 26MM2691, but he's never been released.
April 9th when I was released. Real familiar.
All right, I'm not going to do anything else.
Did you want a public defender or not?
That was my next question.
Okay.
Sir, do you need the service of the public defender for these cases?
No, sir, attorney.
All right. Well, if you change your mind at your next court date, you can ask for the public defender at that time. Good luck, sir. Gabriel Soto? Mr. Soto, you're here as a result of a warrant signed by the Honorable Judge Bob Grody on a failure to appear for an arraignment. The bond amount that Judge Grody put on there was $2,000. That seems pretty high. Let me take a look at this. All right, sir, well, I'm not sure what Judge Grody was thinking on that, but I'm going to reduce that bond to $1,000 rather than $2,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Ardarius Tatham, or Tatham? How do you say your last name?
Tatum, sir.
Tatham, thank you. All right, sir, you are here on 6 counts of violation of probation for which you'll be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Michael Van Gundy. Sir, you're here on an allegation of a violation of probation for which you'll be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else at South County?
We had 3 add-ons, including Kibaru.
Oh, Quentin Moore then?
Yes.
Mr. Moore, you're here on a charge of
pull your
resisting
hands out of your
officer
sleeves.
without violence.
Say it again?
You're here on a charge of resisting an officer without violence, which I was concerned about. It didn't look like you had any arms, but now I see that you do. Your bond amount will be $1,000. Do you have the public defender representing you for your other cases?
Yes.
All right, then I will appoint the public defender to represent you for this case as well. Good luck, sir.
All right. Thank you.
James Chavez? Sir, you're here on a charge of resisting an officer without violence. Your bond will be $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
That's all for South County, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, then we will move to Central with the females, beginning with, is it Brandy Ackhart?
Yeah, Acker, yes.
All right, man, you're going to charge domestic violence battery for which there is probable cause. Your bond amount will be $1,000. If you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following. You would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Ma'am, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes. I also have a question.
Hold on, I will appoint the public defender to represent you. What's your question?
I also work with my husband. We work together. So if I'm not supposed to have contact with him, how am I supposed to work?
Oh, ma'am, I can't solve all your problems for you. I can just tell you what the court has to do. So
Okay.
I'm sure you'll figure it out, though.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck. Faith Barrett?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you're here on charge of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
I do.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Maisha Blackley?
Blakely.
Blakely? Oh, they're missing an E in there. All right, ma'am, so you're here on charges of possession of cocaine with a bond of $5,000, possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck. Melody Brillhart?
Yeah.
And you're here as a result of 2 warrants signed by the Honorable Judge Catherine Cumby for failure to appear for pretrial release conference. You are going to be held no bond on those charges. Judge Cumby did indicate that you would have a 5-day hearing, and apparently that is set for April 15th. So it's not 5 days, it's 2 days, but that will be, I guess, on Wednesday.
What time is that, Jerry?
This is 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, thank you.
All right, ma'am, do you need the service of the public defender?
We're already.
Oh, got it. They're already appointed. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you. Does that mean I'll be seen in 5 days? Is my court date in 5 days then?
No, ma'am, it's in 2 days. Janae Coleman?
Janaya.
Janae, thank you. All right, ma'am, you're here in charge of possession of cannabis and possession of drug paraphernalia. Your bond is $1,000 as to each of those charges. Ma'am, do you need the service of the public defender?
No.
All right, good luck, ma'am. Yeah, change that on you, sorry.
Latina?
Melissa Dunn? Is that you, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're here on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, charges of tampering with physical evidence and possession of cocaine with a bond of $5,000 each. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck.
Duffy?
Natina McAlpin? All right, ma'am, you're here on an allegation of a violation of probation for which you will be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Deanna McDuffie?
Yes, sir.
You're here in charge of possession of gun paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck. Sandy McIntyre?
Yes, sir.
Hey, ma'am, you're here on a charge of simple battery. Your bond amount is going to be $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Risha Oliver?
Yes.
Ma'am, you're here on charge of a physician officer without violence with a bond of $1,000 and a charge for failure to appear on a warrant signed by the Honorable Judge Bob Grody with a bond of $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Shayna Pierce? Ma'am, you're here on charges, 4 counts of violation of probation for which you'll be held no bond. A charge of grand theft of a motor vehicle with a bond of $5,000. Driving while license suspended or revoked with a bond of $250. Resisting officer without violence and obstruction with a bond of $1,000 each. Ma'am, do you need the service of the public defender?
Please.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Mia Quintero Vega?
Sanderson put in, you may have noticed that she and alleged victim Rickson Huback, Hans Pierre, who we'll be calling later, were both charged with the incident with a DV battery on each other. I just asked for lower bonds for her since they're both arrested in the same incident.
All right. So, ma'am, you're here on charge of domestic violence, battery, and false information to a law enforcement officer. Your bond as to each of those will be $1,000. If you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release, which will include the following. That you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release accompanied by law enforcement. However, you are currently out on bond on 25 CT 10051 and 10052. As a result of these charges and Parksville State, you will be held no bond on those charges. Ma'am, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
Ray, I'm here, Ray.
Good luck.
Oh, that's going to be pointed on the box as well.
Yes.
And yes.
Go.
Leanne Rajpal?
She bonded.
Thank you. Ariana Robinson?
Here.
All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of false ID given to a law enforcement officer. Your bond amount will be $1,000. Do you wish the services of the public defender?
No, sir.
All right, good luck, ma'am. Nevaeh Rutherford.
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of aggravated battery. Your bond amount is $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Deanna Stacy.
Judge, she is on a watch and she's being combative, so they can bring her up.
This has to be appointed before.
All right. Public defender will be appointed. The charges are trespass of an occupied structure with a bond of $1,000 and petty theft with a bond of $250. Now we move to Katie Standifer.
Approaching.
Ms. Standifer, you're here on charge of possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of cocaine. The bond for the paraphernalia will be $1,000. The bond for the cocaine charge will be $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
I got one already going to trial.
Okay, well, we'll make sure the public defender's on this case as well. Speaking of which, that other case, 25 CF 9327, as a result of these charges, you will be, your bond will be revoked, you'll be held no bond pursuant to Parker v. State.
I mean, what? What you say? I hear you.
I said your bond's revoked on your other charge. So you don't have a bond on that anymore.
So I got a bond on this child here?
You do have a bond on this charge.
How much it is?
$1,000.
Oh, okay.
Stephanie Van?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Van, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery for which there is probable cause. Your bond amount will be $1,000, and if you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following. You would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Ma'am, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, but she's in my house.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am. Brianna Virgil?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you're here on charges of DUI, fleeing or attempting to elude, and 3 counts of negligence of a child without great bodily harm. Do you need the service of the public defender? We'll start with that.
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. As it relates to the charges, the first charge of the DUI is a bond of $1,000. The other 4 counts, the bond is $5,000 each. Additionally, if you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following: that you be subject to alcohol testing, self-pay, that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You would not drive any vehicle of any kind at any time, anywhere, for any reason. And you would have no contact with anyone under the age of 18 during the period of time that you're on pretrial release. Good luck, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Right over your downstairs. Brandy Wagner?
Set for her for tomorrow. She's not here.
Yeah, she's not here.
All right, then we'll leave that to Judge Gibson tomorrow. Aaliyah Watson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you're here in charge of resisting an officer without violence with a bond of $1,000 and trespassing in a structure or conveyance with a bond of $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir. I'd like to know if I'm able to pay the $250 tonight for bond.
I suppose, I don't know. Public defender will be appointed to represent you, but it's not just $250, it's $1,000 as well on the charge of resisting an officer without violence.
So I was told that it's either $1,250 or $250 if I go to a bondsman.
Well, I'm not a bondsman, and I don't get involved in that side of the business.
Do understand?
It's an incident that happened a long time ago. I can't talk about it.
I appreciate that.
All right, you'll have to talk to the bondsman about that.
Okay, so once I talk to the bondsman, settle that with him, and then we go ahead and pay it, I could be released today. Is that how that works?
I think so.
Yeah, because I've never been in jail before, and I'm still in a shock, but I'm grateful that I'm here because I've been able to impact a lot of people. So thank you for your time, and yeah, I'll go ahead and work on that.
All right, have a good day, ma'am.
You too. God bless.
Jonathan Alexander? Mr. Alexander, you're here on a charge of trespass. The bond amount is $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Additionally, sir, you're currently out on bond on 26 MM 1367. That bond will be revoked. You will be held no bond pursuant to Parker v. State. And if public defender was not previously appointed for that case, they will be on the case now. Good luck, sir. Cletus Baker. Baker, you're here on a charge of battery. The bond amount is $1,000, and if you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following: you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You would have no contact with the alleged victim. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
All right, thank you.
Kenneth Clay.
Sir.
Mr. Clay, you're here on a charge of trespassing with a bond of $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Yes, sir.
Justin Colton.
He bonded.
Thank you. Elijah Davis.
Elijah Davis.
Elijah Davis. Mr. Davis, you're here on charges of battery with a prior conviction with a bond of $5,000, criminal mischief with a bond of $250. Do you need the service of the public defender?
I mean, yes, sorry.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Brandon Duke. Mr. Duke, you're here on charge of domestic violence battery by strangulation. There is probable cause for the charge. Your bond amount will be $5,000, and if you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim. But you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, do you need the public defender?
Yes, please.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Fernando Gonzalez.
I thought he bonded.
All right.
He bonded.
Corey Green.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Green, you're here in charge of resisting officer without violence and possession or use of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 each, and a charge of possession of cocaine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. DeMont Harrell.
Sanderson Public Defender's Office. The alleged victim was contacted by Peak Raleigh Services and wanted to have contact with him and wants him to come home. So I was going to ask for no violent contact with the alleged victim based on that.
Sir, you're here on charge of domestic violence, battery by strangulation, and there is probable cause for the charge. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
All right, I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond amount is $5,000. If you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following. She would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. Based on the nature of the charge, however, I would say that you have no contact with the alleged victim, except within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement, you may retrieve any personal items from the residence. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, sir. How much you said, 5,000?
Dylan Hennessy. Sir, you're here on a charge of retail theft with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Reginald Hudson. Mr. Hudson, you're here on charges of false ID given to a law enforcement officer, possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 each, and possession of cocaine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Yeah, he's also charged with 2 other charges that he's put in jail.
Hold on a second.
Mr. Hudson, I don't know, it's not on the docket. But
Introduction of contraband to detention facility and
he's actually booked in on those charges, introduction of contraband as well as tampering with physical evidence.
all right, yeah, I didn't have that on my snap out, but, so the bond for each of those will be $5,000, and the public defender is appointed. Good luck, sir. Cody Jackson. Mr. Jackson, you're here on charge of domestic violence battery, for which there is probable cause. Your bond amount will be $1,000. If you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following. You would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim. You may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Garfield Kelly. Sir, you're here on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000, possession of cannabis with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yeah.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Sean Mahoney. Sir, you're here on a charge of violation of probation for which you will be held no bond. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
You know when my next court date is?
No, sir, I don't. Sergio Martinez Felix. Sir, you're here on charges of DUI and refusal to submit to a breath alcohol test. Your bond as to each of those charges is $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
No, I'll have a lawyer.
All right. Good luck, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Right here.
Linton McPherson.
Sir.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of no valid driver's license. Is this a nice one? Yeah. You are subject to immigration detainers, so the bond amount is $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
All right, I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Alexian Matais, M-E-T-A-I-S. How do you say your last name?
Matthias.
Matthias, thank you. All right, sir, you're here on a charge of DUI. Your bond amount is $1,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Antonio Montez, Jr.
He bonded.
Derek Pace. Mr. Pace, you're here on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of drug, and another charge of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 each, and then also 2 counts of possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000 each. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Alexander Pilardi?
Sam Smith with the Defender's Office. We were here on Saturday. The state asked for 2 days to see if they could get information on this. I have received the actual warrant from the state of Rhode Island, so we now know what the charge is. Apparently, it's a failure to appear for sentencing on a violation, and the charge is domestic violence, felony assault device similar to firearm. We didn't have that information on Saturday, so I no longer have the probable cause challenge since we actually have the warrant in front of us now.
All right, then the defendant will be held no bond and public defender will be appointed.
I didn't know if you wanted, did you want public defender?
Yes, please.
There you go. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Lenny Patillo?
Yes,
Patillo?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you're here on a charge of domestic violence aggravated assault. There is probable cause for the charge. Your bond amount will be $10,000, and if you're able to bond out, there'll be conditions of pretrial release, which will include the following. You would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Sir, can I ask a question?
Sure.
I don't have really no family out here. Can I bond out myself?
I don't know how that works. The bondsman takes care of that. I'm not allowed to do bonds.
All right. Thank you.
All right, good luck, sir.
Yep.
Hans Pierre?
Yes, sir. And we had the other case of Mia Contreras-Vega, who was charged with DV battery on Mr. Pierre, as well as giving false information to law enforcement regarding this incident. I would ask if he could either be straight pre-released or have a low bond based on the allegations containing the affidavit and the fact that they were both charged in the same incident.
All right, so sir, it is a charge of domestic violence aggravated battery on a pregnant victim. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes.
All right, I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Your bond amount will be $5,000, and if you're able to bond out, there will be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following: that you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items.
Yeah, I believe she's been Parkered in her other case, so I would ask if he could live at the house since she's not.
It just says wherever she's living, he can't go there.
Okay, that's fine.
So if she's living at the jail, well, that would be hard then, so if he doesn't bond out. She's there. Well, that's not his fault. All right, good luck,
Can you
sir.
drop the ball a little lower than that, sir?
No, sir.
All right,
Daryl Shea?
Please.
C? All right, thank you, sir. Sir, you're here in charge of resisting an officer without violence and possession of drug paraphernalia and wearing a mask or a hood in public. The bond for each of those is $1,000, and then possession of cocaine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Robert Shipley?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Shipley, you're here on charge of possession of drug paraphernalia with a bond of $1,000 and possession of methamphetamine with a bond of $5,000. Do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir. Jeffrey, oh, you got to help me with this one.
Shablam.
Say it again.
Shablam.
Shablam, thank you. All right, sir, you're here on charges of DUI and refusal to submit to a breath alcohol test. There is probable cause for the charges. Do you need the public defender to represent you?
Yes, sir.
All right, I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Additionally, sir, you'd be placed on pretrial release with the following conditions included: that you'd be subject to urinalysis with alcohol as a factor, self-pay, that you would not drive any vehicle of any kind at any time and for any reason whatsoever while you're on pretrial release. Good luck, sir.
What was the bond amount?
Can I have a bond?
Yes, sir, you do have a bond.
What was the
I'm
bond?
sorry, I didn't
Oh,
hear.
I'm sorry, $1,000 as to each charge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Austin Smith?
Yes, sir.
He's failing to appear for a specialty court. So it doesn't appear that he's on status as a violation of probation case, so our office can't be appointed on this particular case unless he's on a violation status. It looks like the KPS is in front of Judge Pinkett, that he be set in front of her on this coming Wednesday at 10 o'clock pursuant to the KPS. but we can't be appointed at this time unless he's violated on his probation.
Understood. So, based on what the public defender is saying, you've got a court date with Judge Pinkett. She's the one that issued the warrant, so you're being held no bond for those failures to appear. So you got to wait to speak to her.
That should be this coming Wednesday, the 15th at 10 o'clock.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Lawrence Starks?
Yes.
Mr. Starks, you're here on a charge of DUI. Do you need the public defender to represent you?
Yes.
All right, sir, I will appoint the public defender to represent you. So your bond is $1,000. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Taquan Thomas?
Yep.
Anderson Court Defender's Office. I believe he's actually recommended for straight pre-trial release today, and the alleged victim wants to have contact with him, so he's going to ask for no violent contact with the alleged victim.
All right, well, we have two different charges here, domestic violence battery, domestic violence simple assault. I have read through that information. Sir, do you want the public defender to represent you?
Sir.
All right, I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Additionally, you are recommended for straight pretrial release. I'm initially not inclined to do that until I read through the information with the alleged victim. So if you're willing to agree to abide by all the conditions of pretrial release, which would include no use of weapons, firearms, guns, knives, ammunition, that you would be allowed to have contact with the alleged victim, but it may not be physically, verbally, threatening, violent in any manner whatsoever. If you can agree to those things, then we can do this as a straight pretrial release, and you got to show up for all your court dates.
Yes, sir.
All right, then we'll show this as straight pretrial release, and public defender.
Yes, sir.
All right, the public defender is appointed.
And no violent contact with the victim.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Hogan Waltman, is that you, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery for which there is probable cause. Your bond amount will be $1,000, and if you're able to bond out, there will be conditions of pretrial release. Those conditions will include the following: you would not use, possess, or carry any weapons, firearms, guns, knives, or ammunition. You'd have no contact with the alleged victim, but you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
No, sir.
All right, good luck, sir.
Did you say yes or no?
He said no, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mark Wiggins?
He was, no-show due to medical reasons.
Okay.
So I guess reset for tomorrow. I would ask if someone would let him know he has bonds of $1,000 on both charges for today, if he wanted to bond out before tomorrow.
Denarius Yard? Is that how you say your last name?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, Yardy.
All right, Yardy, thank you. All right, sir, you're here on charges of domestic violence battery by strangulation and false imprisonment. Your bond amount as to each of those is $5,000. Can you show me the warrant on that? All right, the warrant is signed by the Honorable Judge Mark Carpanini. He indicated the bond amounts. Additionally, he indicated that you'd be placed on pretrial release with conditions including the following: that you would not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You would have no contact with the alleged victim, including staying at least 500 feet away from the alleged victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school at all times. I will add to those conditions that you may return one time within 48 hours of release, accompanied by law enforcement to retrieve any personal items. Sir, do you need the service of the public defender?
Yes, sir, please.
I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Good luck, sir.
Y'all have a great day, now. Love y'all.
You too. All right, anything else in Central?
11 minutes slower today.
Than yesterday?
Than the last time I was with you.
Oh, are you keeping track of that?
I am.
Uh-oh, there's a scoreboard.
Good morning.
Oh, here we go with a bright cherry voice.
I had coffee.
No particular order.
No.
You
Unless
can,
you guys have a preference, no.
you can send them in as you please, as far as order.
So
There. And roll.
I can see, yeah.
Good morning, can I have your name, please?
William Turner.
Okay, give us 1 second.
Okay.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, April 13th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Deborah Smith Palmieri,
Joy Chance,
Panel Member Barry.
please state your name and inmate number for the record.
William Alfonso Turner, 283342.
This is a rehear being conducted in consideration of the parole application for William Turner, inmate number 283342. He is serving a total effective sentence of 3 years, followed by 3 years of special parole for criminal possession of a firearm, ammo, defense weapon. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of March 4th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender, and since his last hearing date, the offender has completed voices in Tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Turner, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
My name is William Turner. I like to take accountability for my actions, carrying a firearm, especially when I know I'm a convicted felon and it wasn't registered. I apologize. And again, for selling drugs, and at the time I was being selfish, didn't really care or think that my actions would affect my female community, and I apologize. Since being incarcerated, I have completed my programs, also volunteered to other programs, such as Jericho Circle. I'm also enrolled in my CDL class. I now see that, me thinking selling drugs is going to get me rich. It's not. So I'm trying to change my life. That's why I enrolled in CDL class. I could have a career once I get out, you know. But I'm real passionate about doing CNA, PCA work. So I would love to enroll in them classes and get certified once I become one. I wrote a letter my first time, you know, I didn't bring one now. But I'm just asking for you ladies to please bring me another opportunity to right my wrongs on outside.
Okay, Mr. Turner, thank you for that. Yeah, we have the information from your last hearing. We record those, so we do have an opportunity to review that. And we'll use the same process today. We'll ask you some questions, we'll deliberate and give you our decision at the end. And Ms. Chance will begin.
Yes, so hello, Mr. Turner. So at your last hearing, the previous panel asked you to do a few things. Do you remember what they were?
Stay out of trouble, complete a tier program, do voices, and remain ticket free. I done those.
They also asked you to do something else. They asked you to develop a recovery and release plan. You remember that?
Yes, I'm kind of not. I kind of don't understand what does that mean.
Okay, so the recovery plan has to do with the fact that your substance abuse score is a 4. It's
Yes.
4 out of 5. And if you wanted to go back in the community, you had to present a plan on how you were going to stay sober.
Well, as I explained to Ms. Dunkley and the people who does the programs that, yes, I admit to having a prior drug problem. I used to smoke PCP and sniff cocaine, but due to my heart failure, I haven't done anything since 2018. I don't do drugs anymore. I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't ever drink.
But Mr. Turner, I'm just telling you that that's what you were told. And you were supposed to develop a release plan on what you were going to do when you go back in the community. Now, a couple of reasons for that was because you were doing under the table jobs.
Yes, I was doing security.
Right. But it was under the table.
Yes.
So they wanted you to have a job where you get a paycheck. Okay. And you would pay taxes and be a normal citizen.
Okay.
Okay.
Understood.
So that's what that was for the release plan.
So currently I am in CDL class to get my CDL license on the way out the door. If I go home, I'll continue my training. And also, as I stated a couple minutes ago, I'm wholeheartedly passionate about doing CNA and PCA work. That's what my goals are.
So you just mentioned CDL and now you're saying CNA and PCA. So which is it?
No, I'm enrolled in CDL class right now. I'm in classes for my license. I just finished my first module. I got a certificate for that right now. But I'm wholeheartedly interested in doing CNA work because I lost my mom, my last time in prison. So she didn't get the help that she needed. So I feel I want to help someone, give them the care that they need.
Have you looked into that?
Since I've been here, yes, and I have help when I get up. And my fiance works at Yale, so I will be joining one of their free classes that they offer.
Do you have some information on that? I mean,
yes.
Right now we're just taking your word for it. So
did
you try to get some information?
Yes, my fiance works at Yale, so I get all the information from her about the free classes.
Yeah, but we don't know your fiance, so it would have been nice if you had something that you shared with the parole officer so that we could know for sure that that's what you're going to do.
My apologies.
Okay, so the two programs that you did since last hearing was Tier 2 invoices.
Yes.
So can you tell us what insights you gained from Tier 2 invoices?
You know, I really connected with Tier 2 because I learned what I didn't know, that, you know, a lot of people commit suicide from alcohol. I didn't know that cigarettes were like the #1 killer of people, but I connected with the people in the group because I have prior drug use. So these stories affected me emotionally because I didn't know what I was doing to myself and doing to other people by harming myself by doing these drugs. And, you know, and I wouldn't mind, you know, being a sponsor and helping others, giving others information because I know what it's like to do drugs and being at rock bottom and having nothing and being homeless. I know what it's about.
How long were you using drugs, Mr. Turner?
Since I was 17, from 17 to 2000.
And you're now 42 years old.
Yes.
Tier 2 is what told you the effects of using drugs on your body you didn't know before?
No. So when I developed heart failure, I didn't know I had it until my doctor said it. So one time I got a phone call from my heart doctor and told me, no, she was leaving to a better position, that she loved me, she didn't want to lose me. And that opened me up to someone that I really knew cared about me. It made me want to stop doing drugs. I mean, I knew drugs growing up wasn't good for no one, but I didn't care at the time. But doing Tier 2, I was in here and seeing some of the people open up, and they listened to me, ask me how my soul forthcoming with telling my story. You know, it opened up my mind visually more to not want to ever do drugs again.
So what happens, because as addicts, there are times when you have urges and cravings. So what do you do for those times?
So I became, eating had became my disorder at the time. So I had gained a lot of weight from not doing drugs because I became eating. But, you know, since being incarcerated, I lost 40-something pounds. So I don't think about it. You know, I lost a lot of friends from overdose. I lost family members too. And when I got with my fiance, a lot of people told her, oh, you know, you do drugs. And she laughed at them because she don't see me do no drugs. And she told me if I ever do a drug again, she's not gonna leave. She's gonna leave me. So
yeah, but Mr. Turner, let me stop you there. Because if you've been using drugs for all those years, yes, it's good that you no longer want to use it. But drugs are part of who you are. So you have to have a plan, because those urges and cravings take you without you even knowing. So you have to know what to do. And when the prior panel asked you to develop a recovery plan, that was one of the things that you needed to address. What do I do when I have an urge or a craving? So part of your recovery plan should be, are you going to attend meetings? Are you going to do the 12-step? Are you going to obtain a sponsor? What exactly are you going to do? Do you have a support group?
I have people I can call and talk to that doesn't do drugs, but I didn't look forward deeply into what you're saying because I strongly feel that I no longer have a drug addiction. I've been clean on my own for so long without being in prison.
Yeah, but you know, Mr. Turner, when you're an addict for life, regardless of whether you've been clean for 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. People can be clean for 20 years and then all of a sudden, one day something happens and they get this urge and they go out. So it is important. Have you ever heard of CCAR?
Yes, I signed up here through Ms. Slope. I filled out the package, sent it back to her, and I haven't heard from her ever again. I did that in January.
Okay, so it's on you, wherever you are going to live when you go back in the community, you have to search out for a CCAR. They're all over in almost every town.
Okay.
So I think you wanted to go to New Haven.
No, Waterbury. I live in Waterbury.
Now you want to go to Waterbury. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a CCAR in Waterbury. So for your sake, Mr. Turner, when you do go back in the community, you need to connect with them.
Okay.
Because when urges and cravings take you, you don't remember you have a heart problem. So it is very important that you seek that support. And
understood.
I wish when the board told you before, if you didn't understand that you asked for clarification. That's, I was waiting to ask you, what's your recovery plan? And then, you know, you mentioned your release plan of connecting with your fiance who works at Yale to do the CNA program. So the other piece is your recovery plan. Okay. And so apart from your fiance, who else do you have as support in the community?
I have friends, and I don't have no parents, so a lot of my friends' parents took me on as their child. So and I have a good source of I have a good support team. I have a sister, I have a brother, I have nieces and nephews, I have a daughter as well.
Yeah, but you said you only hear from your daughter when she wants money. So
yeah,
you gotta work on that relationship.
Yeah, I still gotta love her. I still gotta be there for her.
Right.
Still gotta communicate with her.
Yeah, and yes, you have to be there for her. She's 23 years old. You have to first take care of yourself.
Yes.
Okay, with support from her.
Yes.
I don't mean financial.
Yes. Well, we've been talking more since I've been here, and I felt kind of down, and she told me like she felt like I did what I had to do by turning myself in and taking care of this. And this is more important. And a lot of people prolong it by going on a run. She felt like I did what I was supposed to do, and that made me feel good. Like my daughter, not saying it's your fault you went in jail, like other people would say. And that made me feel good hearing it from her, that she's not mad and she understands.
Okay, well, I wish you the best of luck.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. So, Mr. Turner, I appreciated your responses to my colleagues' questions. I was on your last panel, and we did want you to think about what would be your relapse plan going back into the community. And it sounds as though Ms. Chance has given you a lot to think about and a lot to plan ahead for. I just wanted to comment on when the parole officer asked you again about a high-risk situation, you commented, because you have worked as a security guard, it puts you in a situation that could put you at risk to associate with people who are not doing well. Just move your hands and the light will come back on. There you go. So I hear you talking about getting your CDL license, possibly going back to school for a CNA or a PCA certificate and license. Are you still thinking about working as a security guard?
When I first did it, I was doing it for money.
Mm-hmm.
But I like to meet new people, and I've asked Ms. Dunkley is that a bad environment? Like, if I LLC my own company, would I still be at the work? Like, questions that I don't know. I haven't been on parole before. I've never been to a happy house, never been to a hearing. Some things I don't know. So I'm only asking questions like, will I still be able to do it? Even if I become legit, would I be still able to do it? Although it's drinking in here and people acting, crazy.
The fool.
That's what
Yeah.
asking. That's what I was asking. I would love to do it, but if I can't do it, then I won't do it.
Yeah, I mean, certainly if you consult with you, because you have parole regardless of what happens today. So you'll have to get permission from your parole officer, really with any employment that you take. But I would ask you to consider, what kind of environment working at a club or a bar puts you at. Is that the kind of environment that is going to help you be successful? Because even for your age, you score for us when we do a risk assessment at high risk to recidivate, very high risk. And I mentioned that to you because you should really think about, what is in your best interest. Even if you're not making as much money as you think you need to make, what is in your best interest? Because coming back to jail does not help you make money. Does not help you financially.
I agree with you. It doesn't help me at all.
Yeah. So I was on your first hearing, and when I read that again for this hearing, I was a little bit concerned about how you were thinking about your future.
No, I was only asking because I just love to meet new people. You
can meet new people at CCAR.
You're right.
And CCAR is a wonderful social, sober environment. It's not treatment.
Right,
but it's a recovery support network.
I don't like being in jail, so I'm not trying to go out here to my life in any situation that's going to land me back in prison. So if it's not healthy for me, then I understand.
Yeah.
If it's going to land me in jail, then I don't want it.
I think you'll need to assess, what is really what's best for you. You can meet new people doing lots of fun things. You can volunteer at different places. You can, working as a CNA or a CDL, working as a truck driver, you'll meet lots of new people.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if meeting people coming in and out of clubs is as productive.
No.
If you meet maybe people that have your best interest in mind, let's put it that way. All right,
no,
Mr. Turner.
Funny. It's not funny, but you're making sense.
All right, thank you. Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Turner, I was not on your prior panel, and when I reviewed your file, I was very concerned about your criminal history. You have a history of domestic violence, is that correct?
Are you talking about from 2008?
I see some threatening in 2012, some breaches of pieces.
2012?
And 2000. Go ahead. But my question to you is, do you have a history of domestic violence? Because I see that there is a protective order in place with you. Why are you smiling?
No, I mean, I'm not smiling as nothing funny. I'm just saying, I had a domestic in 2008. That's my domestic, and I guess the protective order must be still there. Must be still there.
From 2008?
Yes.
Okay. So the reason I say I wanted to talk about your criminal history and the domestic violence is because when you couple those kinds of traits or crimes with weapons, it really does become even more of a concern to us as a parole board. And I also wanted to know, I did not like the way that you disassociated yourself with your crime, saying that you're not a shooter or you're not a gangbanger, you have a gun for protection. That's what every single person that we talk to that is in possession of weapons say to us. Every single person says, I have this gun for protection. And when you have a weapon in your possession and you're not trained or licensed to carry it, we are all at risk because bullets don't have, certain people's names on it. They don't discriminate. So when you call yourself protecting yourself, it's easy. And I know you see lots of people dying on TV from gun violence. I wanted to know also, when I read the police report, it said that you only had a learner's permit. Have you obtained your driver's license?
Yes.
When did you do that?
I have my driver's license, I want to say, 2024.
And did you look into, I know that I thought that there were like some educational requirements to work in the CDL industry. Do you know whether or not you have to have your GED or a high school diploma? Have you looked into that? It's not required?
It's not required. I'm in the class now. I've been in the class 3 months.
Okay.
They don't require that.
Can you just talk a little bit about why would you think that your reason for having the weapon on you was justifiable opposed to it being a criminal act?
I wasn't really trying to say, hey, it's cool for me to carry a weapon. As the lady before you said, you know, the wife of doing security is not a good one. And at the time I wasn't thinking. And I used to work in places, Bridgeport, Harper, and downtown Wayne, where the guys outside are shooting people and robbing people, and pistoling people. Before I came to prison, a young lady in New Haven got shot in her face while I was downtown New Haven. Like, so at the time I felt like I needed one for protection myself. When I said I wasn't a shooter, meaning I wasn't going around looking for nobody. I don't have no beef. I don't gangbang. That's what I mean by that. I don't like indulge in that type of stuff.
Right.
But I agree with you. I agree with you. It's not healthy, and I was wrong in every sense of the way, and there's no excuse.
Okay. And I didn't even talk about the PCP use, but you said you haven't been using for a number of years. But yes, all those things combined, I just wanted to let you know that that was my concern. And you're right, the protective order has been in place since 2009. So you're right. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. And that protective order doesn't expire until 2099. Yeah. Just so you're aware that it is still in place. Obviously, you haven't had any difficulties, but it is something that you should, for your own self and the victim's self, be aware of that.
I mean, like it can sometimes when they bring it up, I'll be confused because like I don't never even see this person. I don't talk. Right? Like so I'll be like when she bring it up, I'll be baffled. Like so I was caught off guard. You know, sorry, and I sorry for laughing, man. I wasn't thinking you're funny. I just like you caught me off guard. So
I have one more question for you. What was the assault second?
Say again?
What when you have an assault second in your history? Can you tell me about what happened with that?
So I was dating a female named Tykia Showers, and she was my girlfriend, and I guess her kid's father was homeless at the time. I went there, we started arguing, he started beating me in the head with a wrench. So I stabbed him. That was in 2000, I want to say 3, I think. 4.
It happened in 2004, yeah. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to know.
He ended up admitting to what he did, and they let me out of jail, gave me probation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Mr. Turner, we're all done with our questions this morning, so we'll deliberate and give you our decision in just a few minutes. Ms. Chan?
Yeah, so, you know, the last panel asked Mr. Turner to do a couple of things. They develop a recovery plan and a release plan and no ERs, and to complete the remaining programs on his OAP. So he didn't do a recovery plan, and he somewhat did part of a release plan. He hadn't received any DRs. But he did complete the tier 2 and voices. You know, according to him, the tier 2 was the eye opener because he realizes the impact to himself, what it does to him. And the voices, you know, he knows selling drugs was not good for his community. He is currently in the PDA program, but during today's comments, he said he was also interested in CNA and PCA, only because he does like the idea of connecting with people. So the concerns that I have are, you know, him wanting to return to be a security guard. Why? I don't understand, because he did indicate he has a heart problem, and the last time he had gun charge and said that he, you know, needed it for the job. In addition, he was previously on disability, and I'm sure he's gonna go back on disability when he goes out. And he's rated very high. Mr. Turner is 42 years old, and it was just concerning that he did not understand the directions in terms of recovery plan, you know, that the last panel asked him to do. However, he did say that his fiance is making some connections at Yale for him to participate in the CNA program. The question came up about that security guard, and as I said, that is concerning for me. I certainly did not like his criminal history and the fact that he's rated very high to recidivate. And again, the concern is that he did not have a recovery plan. So I'd like to hear from my two colleagues.
So I hear everything that Ms. Chance offered today for the deliberation. One area that we didn't talk about was the Jericho Circle, you know, and I know it's not a DOC program, that it is a program that has been put together by the offenders and other individuals. But you know, from what we hear when individuals come forward and talk about it, it is a program that, from somebody Mr. Turner's age and with his background, would benefit from that program. And I do think that there was some information. There was information in today's disc that did talk about some of what he got from it. He doesn't have any disciplinary reports. When I look at his very high risk to recidivate and the risk factors, he did take a number of programs that do address that. Education in terms of his CDL, and that would cover also his employment, vocational, his criminal attitudes and behaviors through the Voices program and the TIER program. He did take anger management, which we discussed at the first hearing. He did have a job as a tierman at one point. I do think he has support in the community. I agree with Ms. Chance. It would have been, I think, to his benefit to have been a little bit clearer with a relapse prevention plan. We appreciate that Mr. Turner talked about being sober since 2018, and hopefully he'll continue in that path and look for support in the community. I think CCAR is a great opportunity for that, and for a lot of other things, employment readiness and other types of support in the community. So I do have Mr. Turner voted to discretionary parole today. Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I expressed to Mr. Turner, I had several concerns about his file when I reviewed it. And initially I was just like, I don't think I would have offered the lead here. But after speaking to Mr. Turner, it sounds as if he's gained some insight into his behaviors And he aspires to do better. I do know that he has 3 years of special parole to follow his sentence. And I believe, and I am happy to know that he'll be closely monitored to a point where if they feel that there's any threat to the community, he will be remanded back into custody. And although he does have some violence in his criminal history, I do believe that he has demonstrated that he's capable of resolving conflict in a different manner, since he has not received anything of that nature since 2016. I'm sure that the drugs had something to do with that as well. Exactly.
Yes, I had indeed between 2019, according to probation, instead of 13.
So I would, I think that Mr. Turner has demonstrated a level of he has demonstrated a level of offender change that would warrant my support of his being this release of discretionary parole.
And I think, he has no disciplinary reports throughout this term. And he started, coming in, he had 49.
I know, I saw that.
Right. I do think that speaks to Ms. Barry's point. He's demonstrated some offender change and problem-solving skills.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Chance?
And I did say all of that. He didn't have any VR. He completed programs that he was asked to do. And as I said, the two concerns that I have was the fact that he was even contemplating going back to the security job. And that with his medical issue, he wanted to go back to doing something that I think would negatively impact his problem. But when I heard him say that he was going to do the CNA/PCA course, that he did have that plan in mind. And the other concern that I had was the recovery plan that he did not. But overall, he did appear to demonstrate some insight into what it is that he needs to do. I also like the idea that he was working on his relationship with his daughter so that she can also be a support for him in addition to his fiance.
Right.
So I would be willing to grant.
Okay, thank you. And I had standard parole conditions. Was there anything else?
No, that's all I had.
No.
Okay. So in the matter of William Turner,
Sorry, Madam Chair. I know that he's fairly comfortable with his relationship with his girlfriend. They've only been together for about 2 years. It looks like he's been down for about 2 years. So I would add a halfway house just in case it's needed, just in case they hit a bump in the road and I don't. It was confirmed, just so that you know. But I would, just in case things just don't work out, rather than them having to bring it back to us.
okay. Right, we'll add a halfway house. In the matter of William Turner, 283-342, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today, April 13th, 2026, with the stipulation, if needed, a halfway house. Those conditions will also apply to the 3-year special parole term. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Turner. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you,
You'll
ladies.
follow through on some of those other jobs besides security.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Berry.
You're welcome.
This concludes the hearing for William Turner, inmate number 283342.
Good
morning.
Good morning. My name is Robert Griffin.
Okay, give us 1 second.
Yep.
Officer Dunkley, does Mr. It's Julie. You're trying to make it red?
What are you
It's
looking
okay.
for, Joy?
It's okay. I just wanted to know if Mr. Chingo Cook needed an interpreter. Okay, thank you. That's it.
Oh, my sheet.
Ms. Smith, would you like one of my?
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, April 13th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Joy Chance.
Panel Member Barry, good morning, sir.
Good
Please
morning.
state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Robert Griffin and my inmate number is 297503.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Robert Griffin, inmate number 297503. He is serving a total effective sentence of 36 months flat for violation of probation with underlying charge of larceny third. He has 2 counts of failure to appear first, burglary third, conveying an unauthorized item into institution, possession of controlled substance second, and interfering with officer trespassing. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of March 19, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has not completed any programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Griffin, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, good morning. The only thing I got really to say is, that I had a hard time to reset myself. I have a renewed mind, and the set and the point set of, my behavior was unacceptable and, disrespectful to the community and myself, and now more than ever, I have a lot of medical issues. I'm in critical condition with my diabetes. My numbers are 400 to 600. And I have a skin condition that's like 70% of my body. And that's not a reason to give me parole, but I need outside help as soon as possible as far as that goes. But I do have work. I have employment. I have a set plan to get out there and give myself a chance, and give myself, I have a zest for life. I want to live life and I want to live on life terms. And, unfortunately, what happened was a lot of excuses came up in the beginning, like when I had the fatal affairs. I should have just went to my, even though I relocated myself, not to ramble on, but I relocated myself and then I put myself to a domino effect where one thing went to the next, and at least I can see that today. I had time to sit there and reset and, and give myself now more than ever, I need to put myself together because I don't have much more left. I mean, I'm 55, I'll be 55 this year. So, realistically, I got to get it together here. This is my last chance. This is how I feel. This is my last chance to put it together. Other than that, my mother always said, get busy living or get busy dying. And I want to live today. So.
Sounds like a smart lady. Yeah. Well, Mr. Griffin, thank you for your opening comments. I would agree with you that, you need to reset yourself and stop making excuses. The failure to appears are always a concern when you don't show up for court. And not that felonies and misdemeanors make a difference, but And when you're charged with failure to appear in the first degree, that's pretty significant. And, you know, you didn't even talk about the fact that you were trying to bring drugs into the facility. That's a whole, that costs you a whole separate charge.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was just caught up, you know.
Go ahead, what?
No, I just, you know, that the addiction took over.
Yeah, we understand that. We understand that when you're in the throes of a serious addiction, you make bad decisions. You know, you're not really thinking of what choices you have to make. You know, you do on the assessment for your drug use, you scored the very highest somebody can score, a 5 out of 5. And I mentioned that so that you do think about that in the future in terms of what your needs are. You know, you were on probation at the time. Did you feel like you couldn't go and talk to probation and try and get them to work with you?
Oh, well, this is when I went to, this was out of Hartford, a violation of probation. And what happened, what happened was, but I relocated from Hartford. I did 2 consecutive sentences in Hartford, reestablished myself. I mean, I got the mental part, I got the mental health, the addiction, and I had a job, perfect. I still have a job, thank God. But the idea is, I relocated because of my sister, and we're going from all the way from, you know, Norwich to from Hartford to Norwich. And then it was unacceptable for me non-reporting. And then it became I couldn't get there. So, and then that one domino effect, that set everything off. And then the addiction kicked in because I pity pat me.
Okay. All right. So I understand that, you know, you say you couldn't report and things kind of snowballed from there. So let's put that aside. And when you say that you put yourself in a bad situation and couldn't reset, were you not able to locate? Well, let me back up. What were you doing to maintain your sobriety in the community?
I was doing fantastic. You know, when I got out, it was, you know, almost at the beginning of the year, at the end of the year, and when I got out, I was doing really good. Miss Cardone can report to that I was doing really good. Like I mean, I had a job, I was going to my groups, I was going to my meetings, but I had structure. You know, I had, you know, an A, B, and C point to go out. Like, you know what I mean? If I had, you know, I was on that methadone, but I got, you know, and then after dying 3 times on that stuff, and that was just on the methadone. So I found that was too much. So that's I'm not on it no more, you know. But I was doing really, really good, and I was in a structured environment. That's what it comes down to.
All right. Well, it's important for us to hear you say out loud what was working for you in the community in terms of your sobriety. So thank you for that. So you're serving this 36-month sentence. You don't have any probation to follow. So at some point, it's going to be all on you to find, you know, a sober community, rebuild that structure in the community. And for us today, unfortunately, you know, you score very high for risk recidivate or high, and you have a high drug score. So without having been able to do an addiction services program, you know, it's going to be hard for us to find our way to release today. So I want you to be thinking about, you know, how you're going to network in the community for yourself, how you're going to rebuild that. Because I look at your age, 54, and you're right. You know, now's the time. If you don't change things around, you know, who knows what'll be down the road for you. Probably not very good. Yeah. You said you had your job to go back to at Trader Joe's?
Yes.
And it looks like you have a friend that you were hoping to go live with in Groton, but I'm not sure that's going to work out. They couldn't make contact. So there's a halfway house.
What about a halfway house?
Yeah, there's a halfway house is always an option. Okay. Yes. Yeah. And I appreciate that you identified a program for support. I think for today, though, without having done an addiction services program or anything to help
I
you.
signed up. I signed
Yeah.
up for everything.
I'm sure you did. Did you sign up for CCAR?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, that's,
I
you
signed
know,
up on addiction services because I did see my thing was a 5. And I stressed to the counselors and I wrote to addiction services. I signed up for every AA, anything to do with addiction services, I signed up for. And
okay,
I'm on the list of everything. And they kept telling me, I have the request saying that they put me on the bottom list because it's not my OEP. They changed my OEP twice from Walker to here. And when I got to Walker and I got assessed, they gave me my assessment and then they gave me my OAP. And then when I got here, they said, you gotta get a new OAP. I said, okay. And I got it and I've been doing everything since then, so.
all right. So we have the information that you're on the wait list for addiction services, new thoughts, some vocational counseling. Are you working?
Yes,
Okay, so are you
I
working
work
as
right
janitor?
here. I work
Okay.
here, yeah. Actually. I work right here.
So what are you thinking about? What kind of relapse prevention plan are you thinking in your head?
The relapse prevention is definitely gonna be a lot of structured stuff, like, going back to what I was doing, between, utilizing what I had as far as, going to work, taking care of my doctoring is the biggest part of me right now, and it's so severe. Like if I were to, I don't know if you can see on my arms and but like legion, I have bodies like it's like 80% of my body. I have legions of sores that crack and bleed, and my diabetes. So that part I'm gonna stick forward to, and that's a big thing that shows that hey, I know that I.
Right. Okay, so Mr. Griffin, here's what I'm thinking. You really need to do an addiction services program. I know through no fault of your own, you remain on the wait list. I think that you do have a good vision of what you need to do when you're back in the community to remain sober. And I'm very pleased to hear of how you're thinking ahead. That is going to be what will keep you in that sober community, sober structured environment. You have outstanding warrants also, out of Rhode Island.
Yep.
It's a non-extraditable warrant. So at some point, you're gonna need to take care of that.
Unregistered motor vehicle.
Right. All right, Mr. Griffin, thank you. I don't have any other questions. Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Griffin, I'm curious to know when you were doing well on probation. When? When were you doing well on probation?
When was I?
Yes.
When I got released, I never, I
When
was
were
on
you
parole. I was on parole.
Okay.
I was on parole and then probation came in after that. I never started really probation. So I was on parole.
I show that you began probation in July of 2023.
Yep.
How long were you on parole?
I was on parole for, oh Lord. It was, I know that, the exact dates, I do apologize, but.
Okay, because I'm just looking at the violation of probation, and it says that you were released on July 21st and that you signed your restitution order and all that stuff.
Yes.
And by November, you were not reporting.
Right.
And you were also, so that you said you were doing good. I'm trying to
Yeah, I
figure
was
out.
doing good, but I started putting myself together. I started putting myself together.
When?
And then that's when I moved. When I got out. When I got out of jail, and I went to a sober house, and I got myself, and then I started going to the Hartford, parole probation right there, you know?
So why weren't you reporting?
I had left the area. I went to Norwich.
Well, why would
Yeah.
you do that without their permission?
I was just, I'm not gonna put it on my family member, but I did go there because I didn't see her in so long. I didn't see my sister in 3 years, so
Did you
Uh,
ask for permission to see her?
I did not.
And I'm looking at the last time that you were out in the community on parole. It says July of 2020, you were out for 5 months. It doesn't say that you had any probation to file. Oh, yes, it does. It says the
Yes.
offender has 2 years of probation to file.
And then I violated.
And it also showed that you were on methadone when you were out in the community. Were you using drugs while doing the methadone program?
No. I was giving take homes and I was doing addiction at the Root Center. That was one of the ones I was talking about. I was at the Root Center and I was taking everything I was doing. I was doing all the groups. They had gave me take home stuff. And then I did mental health and then my doctoring as well. And so, unfortunately, it just became overwhelming. And then when I OD'd.
So I'm sorry to stop you, Mr. Griffin, but so you were sentenced to this probation in January of 2022. You were released in July of 2023. By November of 23, you were failing to report. And then they went to try to find you early 2024 and they left a note, but you weren't there. They said that they sent it in the mail. The note said vacant. You failed to report again, following dates and office visits. Your restitution, you weren't paying. Like I don't see when you were doing well. So the violation of probation report says that you were out for 201 days, but that was being generous before they violated you. So they tried to work with you. And do you know that you failed 12 opportunities out in the community under supervision? You've had a total of 16 opportunities and you failed 12 of them. So I mean, I don't see how you believe that you're suitable for discretionary parole when you haven't done well under other terms of supervision. Yeah.
Well, I can't, I'm gonna sit here and make excuses for you, but unfortunately, I was doing good in the sense of I knew what I needed to be doing, but I was on methadone and then I was already caught out. Once I stopped that and then I left and I OD'd and that was it. And then I started using the drug and then I just used the drug was a pain thing, like just killing my mindset, wasn't healthy. I can't deny that it was not.
That's a cycle of addiction. So you have to figure out how to handle stress out there. Life happens. We all experience losses and, no jobs and all that stuff. You have to try to figure it out. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Chance.
So, Mr. Griffin, I read where you have completed both inpatient and outpatient treatment programs. And then it seems you do good for a short period of time and then you relapse. Have you figured out why you did not follow through?
Yes.
With aftercare?
Not to make excuses for those actions and my behavior there, but what all I can explain to you is, and it'll give you some sense of what was going on in my head, that all my family members have passed away other than my sister. So, I've been stressing out, and then just barely trying to figure out what I wanted to do on this earth. And and to get myself, and I had to dig deep and to just learn a little something about me to give myself a chance. And do I want to get busy living or get busy dying? And that comes to the terms of trying to figure out what I'm gonna do for the rest of my life, you know? And then one thing comes up and I'm on zero tolerance, I was on zero tolerance of, you know, of anything, you know, and I'm trying to make everybody else happy, but the inside of me wasn't happy. I wasn't, nothing was.
Why did you move from Hartford to Norwich?
That was about my family, I haven't seen my sister in 3 years at that point. So I
Did you
went
know
to
she
her,
was
I went to
using?
her, and.
Did you
that
know
day-
she was using?
At that time, no, I didn't know it right away, but, you know, when it came down to it, I'm not gonna put that on her. That was me. That was my choice, even though was putting myself together, it was my choice to derail, and it was just a very poor choice, very poor choice. That was a bad decision. That was a very bad, I regret that day every day from now, since then. I've regretted me doing that. I don't regret seeing my sister and telling her that I care for her, but I'm not doing good for her, even if I were to go around her. Like, I wish I would have like been able to be a bigger brother and say, hey, listen, you know, this is wrong. You know, this is not what it's supposed to be. I have to be over here and taking care of my appointments, take care of my issues as far as my addiction, wants and.
But Mr. Griffin, can I ask you this? When you found out that your sister was using also, why didn't you just go back to Hartford where you had a plan there and you were doing okay? Instead, you joined her and, you know, you were both using.
Yeah, that was very bad decision. It was just a bad timing and I mean.
So it tells me that whatever recovery plan you had in place was not working. So I do agree with Madam Chair that I do think you need to take an addiction services program.
Yeah.
And you have to develop a really good relapse prevention plan that is going to work for you. And she asked you if you heard about CCAR and you didn't. And it sounds to me like you could use a group like CCAR to help you.
They have CCAR here?
CCAR is all over.
Yes.
They have it here? In jail? Or are you talking about in the community?
Well, they have information about CCAR where
Yeah.
you can contact someone and make arrangements for when you go back in the community. So I hope you do that, and I wish you the best of luck.
All right, and Mr. Griffin, just for the record, you have warrants in Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Maine. They're non-extraditable, but you do have 3 outstanding warrants.
Okay, I understand that. I still have,
All right.
I gotta just go down there and reopen the case. I was trying to do that while I was here, just to reopen the case to pay my fines or so forth, just so I can disannul him out, but they said, just to handle that when you get out.
Okay, well, I'm pleased to hear that you've given it some thought already. All right, we're going to deliberate now and give you our decision. So, you know, Mr. Griffin has a very high drug score. His history is all substance related due to his addiction. As Ms. Berry pointed out, he has 12 failure on community supervision. I think the benefit for today for Mr. Griffin is he has no disciplinary reports. He is able to identify some community programs to help him when he is released. He has the option of going back to his former employer, he says. But for today, I do not have Mr. Griffin suitable for discretionary parole due to his lack of programming, really the need for him to do an addiction services program before he can even be considered. And I do not have him coming back.
Neither do I.
Barry?
I don't either. Mr. Griffin unfortunately has run out of opportunities to prove that he's capable of remaining in the community without committing additional crimes. While I feel for him and I understand he suffers with addiction, he has to figure out and try to help himself to prevent his dying from using these drugs. So I'm a no as well.
Okay, I had inadequate institutional program participation. Anything else?
I have, he was on probation. I have inadequate evidence of offender training.
Right, I have those pretty much, so.
Current offense. Probation, I didn't have inadequate evidence of offender change, but we can add that.
If we don't do programs.
Well, I do,
No.
you know, I do think you can recognize, you know, where his issues lie and what he needs to do. So in the matter of Robert Griffin, 297-503, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons. Current offense committed while on probation, inadequate evidence of offender change, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Hey, Mr. Griffin, we hope that you're able to get into an addiction services program prior to the end of your sentence and look for information about CCAR, you know, and other supports in the community. Good luck to you.
I have a question to you. So there would be, I will get parole period?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right.
All right.
How about, am I eligible for a halfway house?
That's up to the Department of Corrections. You can talk to them
Okay,
about.
I understand what you're
Okay.
saying. Right.
All right.
That's,
You're all set.
All right, thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Robert Griffin, inmate number 297503.
Good morning.
Good morning, give us 1 second.
Yeah.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, April 13th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning, panel member Barry.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Manuel Chingo Cooks, 440051.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Manuel Chingo Cooks, inmate number 440051. He is serving a total effective sentence of 20 years, execution suspended after 5 years served, followed by 20 years of probation for sex 1 and illegal sexual contact. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of July 29, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the PSB short track, tier 2, and unlocked rate. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Chingo Cooks, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
First, I want to say I'm sorry for what I did, and I regret it. And I wish I could change it, but I was like, I accept it, and being here, I have learned a lot of stuff, and I feel like I deserve this, but I think I also deserve a chance to get out. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chingo Cox. We will be asking you some questions and then we'll deliberate and give you our decision. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, and Ms. Berry will begin with questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chingo Cooks, is it okay if I just call you Mr. Cooks?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I heard you accept responsibility for your actions, and I also heard you say that you are ashamed of what you did. What is it exactly that you did?
Have sex with underage girl.
And that underage girl was related to you, right?
Yeah.
And how has this crime impacted your family?
That's impacted them a lot. Like, and it impacted them, like my whole family, because
How?
they went through they have to deal with like all the stress, and like I know they care about my sister and they also care about me. So
All right. And have they forgiven you?
yeah,
And how about your sister?
she did too.
And do you know why you did this?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Tell us why.
I think because when I was young, I was introduced to pornography, like very young, and when I grew up, I just started watching it too, and I think I was kind of like obsessed with sex, and I just kind of like wanted to have sex with somebody.
So that you didn't have a girlfriend at that time that you could have. I mean, being preoccupied by sex at age 18, I don't think that that's an abnormal thing. But you didn't have anyone like in your school or anything that you could have had an intimate relationship with?
No, I mean, I had a girlfriend in school, but I never had like sex with her or something.
Right. So did you try to have sex with her before?
Yeah, but she just.
You said no.
She just did. No.
She wasn't ready.
Yeah.
All right. So do you understand now, Mr. Cox, that a minor cannot consent to having sexual intercourse?
Yeah.
And so have you learned how to manage your preoccupation of sexual activity? You said that from watching pornography, it was almost like your desire to have sex was heightened. Is that right?
Yeah.
Have you learned how to manage that without reoffending?
Yeah, a lot. Like, I mean, being here, it just, I look back at like my life and it was just not right. It was just, I know what I did, it was shameful and like, it was just bad. And
It was, but how has your sister been handling this? Has she recovered?
yeah, she went to therapy for a while, but now she's fine and she's doing good.
And how old is she now?
14.
Okay, and I saw that your parents still come to visit you, is that right?
Yeah.
So I'm glad to see that you were able to complete the treatment. Tell me what you learned from that treatment, the problem sexual behavior treatment.
I learned that there's a lot of people that have problems, right? Attracted to minors. And I learned how to like deal with certain stuff, like when you feel it in the moment, or how to prevent it from happening. And
But you're not attracted to minors, right?
I mean, not like all the stuff they talked about it. I don't really feel like identified with that.
Okay, right. That's what I'm saying. So it's not a specific type of person. It's just you just wanted to have sex. And you keep saying that you've learned how to manage that, but what do you do to manage that? Do you work out? Do you listen to music? Do you go for a walk? Like what kinds of things? How do you handle that?
But handle what? Like,
Your desire to have sex with just anyone.
I mean, you can't really. I mean, I've been times of like, yeah, I've been trying to work out and just do stuff that like I'm just trying to learn stuff every day.
Yeah.
I've been reading.
Reading, okay.
Yeah.
So you're pursuing education or personal. You're trying to personal motivation, like from reading and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I just have a few more questions for you. Do you think that this happened because your sister was there and you had opportunity to do it?
Yeah.
But going forward, did you understand that, again, that's not something that you can do here, right?
Yeah.
You have a number of disciplinary infractions. It looks like you received for refusing housing. Why'd you have a blade?
It wasn't a blade. It was just a piece of metal. Like I used to fix stuff, so I was using that like to fix headphones and stuff like that.
Okay, okay. So why would you drink Pruno in prison? That's disgusting.
I mean, you know, everybody at some point they like you get sad or stressed, and sometimes you don't care if it's bad for you or not, and that's why I drink.
What were you stressed and you didn't care? What were you stressed about?
Huh?
What were you stressed about that you didn't care?
Just about everything, and just being in jail, and just sometimes breaks you down.
Yeah, I can understand how prison would be a stressful environment, especially with your kind of crimes. So I just want to state that this is your only criminal offense. I want to congratulate you on obtaining your GED. That is a tremendous accomplishment. Hopefully you will be able to take that and pursue, other financial endeavor, like a job or pursue your education even more. But I understand that test is not easy, so I commend you on that. I know that you took Unlock Your Thinking and the Tier 2 program to address your substance abuse, which I see that you were smoking marijuana and drinking alcohol. Tell us about your your release plan.
Just plan to like get my life right, like get a job and just work and like get money to get my house and everything, get my life right.
Okay. And I see that you have a protective order with the victim until 2030. How are you going to handle that? Where are you going to live?
I plan to live in Norwich. That's kind
In Norwich with who?
just I don't know, but I just plan to live in Norwich. I mean, I like it there.
Right. I'm all set with my questions. Thank you for speaking with me, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Ms. Chance?
That's it.
Nope.
Oh, I have a question that I wanted to ask. So from what I read, the underage related person that you had sex with, that was not the first time that you had sex. Is that correct?
Nah, that was the first time.
I thought I read that your first experience was age 16.
I think that was early and I lied about it.
You lied about it?
Yeah, I think that was when I think somebody came to see me here and I was just kind of like.
Why would you lie about something that significant and important?
I just thought it was embarrassing saying that, like, I was still a virgin at 18-year-old.
Okay. But you understand that once you go back in the community, you have to attend treatment program. And whatever your participation is, you know, you cannot lie, that you have to be honest.
Yeah, I learned that, and I'm willing to do all the I'm willing to do all those programs.
I know you said you did not identify with the treatment program that you participated in. Was there a specific part of it that you could not relate to?
Yeah, like, you know, they showed us a video, and there's really people that just really have a problem with attracted to men, like attracted to minors, and they just don't feel comfortable being with like a person with the same age or older than them. So they really have a problem, and I don't think I had that.
That was not the problem, the issue for you.
No.
So you indicated that, so if you are released and you go to Norwich, you know, it would have to be a halfway house.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like I just really want to get out of here. It's just stressful here.
Okay. And you still have your parents who come to visit you as support.
Yeah.
So you know you cannot have any contact with minors.
Yeah.
All right, well, I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Shingo Cox. Hopefully I pronounced your name correctly.
Yeah.
And hopefully, if and when you go in the community, that you're just gonna follow whatever instructions you are given about, attending the treatment program and following the rules that the probation or parole officer tells you.
Yeah.
Okay? All right. Good luck.
Thank you. I do not have any follow-up questions. Mr. Chin Cooks, we will now deliberate and give you our decision in just a few minutes. Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have to say that the nature of this offense is very concerning. And I also have to say that the disciplinary infractions that he's received since he's been in the facility were also concerning. To his credit, he did complete the problem sexual behavior treatment. He also completed a substance abuse program. This is his only criminal conviction. He does have community support, and according to our records, he will require a halfway house before he'll be able to have any kind of direct contact with his family. So I am going to vote in favor of his early release because I believe that he needs the treatment in the community. And he is done with us in March of next year. He's not eligible for parole until July, so that is what, 6 months under parole supervision if we vote him to parole.
Yes.
I am glad to hear that Mr. Chingo Cups is able to talk about what he did. He keeps calling her an underage person, and that's not what it was, but that's neither here nor there. I just hope that he gets the help that he needs and he avoids doing something like this again in the future. But my vote would be to grant discretionary parole with no contact with the victim, minors, the treatment that he needs out in the community, halfway house, and everything. Okay.
Ms. Sheets?
I absolutely agree with everything that Ms. Berry said. I do think Mr. Kingo Cooks could really benefit from the community program and be supervised by parole before he goes on his 20 years of probation.
Yes, and he has lifetime registry as well. Okay. I had no alcohol. Did you say no alcohol, Ms. Berry?
Say that.
I had no alcohol, halfway house. What do we think about a mental health evaluation and treatment? I think the mental health evaluation in the file talked about community services.
Right. I agree.
ICE detainer, problem sexual behavior treatment. I had a pornography restriction as well. And no contact with minors and no contact with the victim without the parole officer's permission.
Well, there's a protective order, so whether or not he has a order, so you can't.
All right. All right, in the matter of Manuel Chingo Cox, inmate number 440051, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after July 29, 2026 with the following conditions. No alcohol use, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment, release to ICE detainer, community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without the parole officer's permission, restriction on pornography, and no contact with the victim, ECC. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Chingo Cox, we wish you the best of luck. There's a lot of conditions. Parole will explain them all to you.
All right, and thank you very much and appreciate it. And,
Do well in the community and, you know, take advantage of the treatment.
Yeah.
Okay.
This concludes the hearing for Manuel Chingo Cups, inmate number 440051. You're all set, Mr. Cups.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Can I have your name, please, sir?
Jamal Flowers.
Okay, give us 1 second.
Here, this is a repeater. 3 years.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Dunphy, and today is Monday, April 13th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating the names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Joy Chance.
Panel Member Barry.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Germano Flowers, 399016.
This is a rehear being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Germano Flowers, inmate number 399016. He is serving a total effective sentence of 4 years jail, followed by 5 years special parole for carrying a weapon in a motor vehicle and 2 counts of failure to appear first. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of July 21st, 2025. There was no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Since his last hearing, the offender has completed anger management and tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Flowers, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I wrote a letter. And I wrote, over the last 3 years, I've learned a lot about myself and where I find myself in my current situation. Through the programs I've participated in, I've been able to see the huge part I've played in my arrest. I now know there are serious consequences to my actions. I also know I do not have to be so impulsive and don't have to be involved in things that are unhealthy for me. Given all that I've learned over my incarceration, I now take full responsibility for my situation. Plainly, I could have avoided all of it. In the future, I will be using the tools I've learned to stay out of bad situations and stay away from negative influences. I look forward to enjoying the life with my family and further my education.
All right, Mr. Flowers, thanks very much for that. We're going to ask you some questions and then we'll deliberate and give you our decision. Ms. Chance.
So, Mr. Flowers, this is a rehear for you.
Yes.
Correct? And so you're at your last rehearing, April of 2025, you were asked by the previous panel to complete your OAP programs and no disciplinary reports.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So as of your last hearing, a couple of things happened. You did complete tier 2 and anger management. But they found looking at my dates correctly, you completed tier 2 in September of 2025.
Yes.
And then what happened after in November?
I caught an intoxication ticket.
So what happened?
I slipped. I tried. I really can't. I really didn't have a. I was thinking about it since I caught the ticket. I really don't have a good excuse for it. I just feel like things were happening in my life and they got the best of me. I take full responsibility for what I did. I took the steps after to try to avoid it. Like I spoke to my family about it so I didn't feel so alone while I was going through it. And then like I was fighting with the thoughts in my head. Basically, I made a wrong decision. It was my time. I made a wrong decision.
Yeah, it was like 2 months after. So what happens the next time you're going through a problem and what do you do?
Hopefully the next time I use my support system and the tools that I got from tier 2. It was a good program. I liked the program director. And I don't know, I gotta stay sharp. Can't let things get to me to the point where I'm making those bad decisions because I can't afford it.
So what insights did you gain from tier 2? What tools did you learn?
From tier 2. Basically I learned like you gotta learn basically what your triggers are. And things that like the people, places, and things. It's basically like what works best for me. Like for me, it'd be trying to stay away from peer pressure and like it's the people. Like it's the people I choose to be around for me.
So you think it was because of peer pressure?
Well, that's part of the reason. I made a bad decision. I'm almost 30 years old now. I know better than to fall for peer pressure. But when the opportunity presented itself and I should have took the other way, I made a bad decision. And I've been kicking myself for it ever since.
What do you think you have to do to not have that happen again?
I think I need I need to utilize my support system more. I shouldn't try to deal with things myself. I should reach out when I'm having those feelings and try to make better choices.
So how do you intend to stay sober when you do eventually go back in the community?
My plan is to find a program that I like. I did IOP. It was a program I took on Welly Avenue before, and after that I was sober for like 4 years. I liked the program there. I liked the people. It works for me.
What was it about the program that you liked that you think you can go back to that will allow you to continue to stay sober?
Like the open discussions, the groups. It was like I would go there 2 or 3 times a week. So and if I was having those feelings, they had an open line. I could call and talk to whoever I needed to talk to. It was a community for me.
So have you ever done the 12-step? Have you ever participated in NA or AA meetings?
No.
You don't think you need any of those?
I said, yeah. I when I spoke to the parole officer Dunkley, I mentioned that.
What exactly did you mention?
The NA program, that maybe if I go to a halfway house or something, I can utilize the programs that they do there, or when I get back to the community, find one that's close enough for me to attend.
Do you have, were you working?
Yes,
Okay. What kind of employment did you have?
I was working for a company called Copper Valley out of Meriden. It's an HVAC company, heating and cooling.
Is there a possibility? What is your release plan?
My plan is to go back to work. I spoke to my employer after I had the meeting with the POW, and he said I still got a job, but it's the same person. And then I want to get my license immediately upon my release,
What license? Your regular driver's license?
yes, my regular driver's license, and then I want to upgrade them to a Class A CDL.
What kind of chores do you do for HVAC?
I do the duct work, like the vents, the bath fans.
Do you need a certificate to do that?
Yes, I got my certificate from Eli Whitney.
Okay. But you want to branch out to get into CDL?
Yes.
Why?
I just feel like, because it's the conditions for the most part, like when I was working there, it'd be like in the wintertime, it's still we working outside. It's no, like it'd be cold sometimes. Can't really work. It's just I like it. I like it to do it, but I'd rather drive and do that.
And have you ever looked into what it takes to obtain a CDL license?
My uncle got a CDL, so I kind of everything I learned about it, I kind of got from him, and then I downloaded one of the podcasts on my tablet, so I'll be listening to that, looking into that.
But I believe you have to have a driver's license before you can start CDL.
Yes.
Okay, so the first step would be to get your driver's license.
Yes.
Does your uncle own his own truck, or
he worked for a company.
CDL?
He worked for a company. He bought a truck, but I don't think it's running now. He got to do like maintenance to it and stuff before he get it on the road.
And who do you have for support in the community besides your grandmother?
My mother, my girlfriend, my uncle, my father. My boss, my employer, we're kind of close to.
So why haven't you ever reached out to them for help before?
As in what?
Why were you carrying a weapon? What were you doing?
I just had it. There's no real reason to be carrying a weapon. I wasn't planning to use it. It's just, being from the neighborhood I'm from, it's a lot going on, and I made a bad decision.
Do you know how dangerous it is to have guns, Mr. Flowers?
Yes, I do.
So you weren't doing anything else?
No.
You were just carrying it because of the neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you think would happen if everyone in the neighborhood carried a gun?
I think it'd be a bad situation.
This is not your first gun charge, is it?
I pled guilty to a weapon in a motor vehicle before, yes.
And what happened there?
I pled guilty because they offered me probation. I wasn't even in a car that time. So I just took it because I thought, at that time I didn't know what I was doing. But I pled guilty to it because I mean, I thought it was at that point, it was my only option.
So in addition to your second gun charge, you have 2 counts of failure to appear.
Yes. Oh, that was from, I had a court date, and then when I got there, the attorney told me that they had warrants out on me and I was supposed to turn myself in that day. And I left the courthouse.
So you didn't do what your attorney recommended?
No, I didn't.
So how do you expect us to believe you today that you say you are going to attend a treatment program, you're going to participate in NA and AA, you can go back to your job, you're going to get your driver's license, and then you're going to obtain CDL? If you cannot obey a court order and instructions from your attorney, how do you expect us to believe you're going to do all of those things?
Because now, after 3 years being in DOC and, you know, doing my religious things, I got a different outlook on what I want in life. I don't want to keep coming back to jail over and over. It's not what I like. I want to live my life with my family.
Well, you want to live your life first for yourself.
Right.
You have to take care of you first.
Yes, ma'am.
So you indicate that you have support in the community, and you were asked to identify a risk factor when you go back in the community. Yes. What would that risk factor be?
Can you repeat the question?
What would be a high risk for you when you go back in the community? In other words, what situation could bring you back to incarceration?
Right. I'm not sure about that answer. I don't plan on doing nothing out of working, going to school, and being with my family. I don't have friends that I talk to currently.
The most important part of it is that you have 5 years of special parole.
Right.
The most important to you is that you have to follow what your parole officer says to you.
Right.
That should be a high priority on your list.
Right.
Because that parole officer is the one that's going to be in control of you while you do that 5 years. And if you don't listen to your attorney, you're going to need to listen to the parole officer.
Right.
But you also know that if you are having difficulty or experiencing any problems, who would you go to?
Well, since you put it that way, I think I would probably speak to my parole officer to see what would be the right steps to take. And then, you know, as it files down, my support system, and, you know, most importantly, I gotta just make sure I do what I gotta do for me.
Okay. So I can just tell you right off, it was just concerning for me because it was your second weapon in a motor vehicle. And despite the fact that you completed the Tier 2 on the anger management, but you did acknowledge that you made a wrong decision. So you acknowledge that you're getting that intox ticket. You took responsibility for it. And you knew what you did was wrong.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't have any further questions, but I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Flowers, I was on your first panel, as was Ms. Chance, and I was pleased to see that you did the Tier 2 program and the anger management. That was part of why we wanted to have you wait a year, which is a long time, to come back for another hearing. What I was very, very disappointed to see was that you have another disciplinary ticket for for using substances while you're incarcerated, when that's what the other 2 tickets were for.
Yeah.
Yeah, and and you used the same reason, because I have my notes from our first hearing, and you said I had a lot going on. And today you said I was going through a lot. So I'm concerned that when you go back out in the community, that everything is going to fall apart because you're going to not be able to manage life, essentially, and be back and you'll be back incarcerated on some type of violation or new charge. I know Ms. Chance talked to you quite a bit about your substance abuse, but, you know, it seems to me what was going on that you just couldn't seem to find your way to another way to manage it?
Well, I lost my brother in Gardner. He committed suicide. His name was Trevor Watson. And after that, I don't know. I just went back to what I was used to doing. I made a wrong decision. I didn't do what I should have did. And I know that I kicked myself for it every time. Every time I thought about it, I don't know.
I mean, I can't really imagine anything much more tragic than that. I'm very, very, very sorry to hear about that. That's difficult to cope with in any situation.
Yes.
However, you know, I'm concerned that when you're using substances, it's going to lead to other bad decisions. In stolen cars, with firearms that you say you need for protection, you know, and then not wanting to own up to or face the consequences of those when it comes time for sentencing. Therefore, the failure appears. Yeah. So I just needed to share that with you. I do see that you have support in the community. Sounds like you were going to you're going to your grandmother's again. Same release plan to live with your grandmother?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right, thank you. Ms. Berry? No questions, thank you. All right, we're back to you. We're gonna deliberate and we'll give you our decision in just a minute. Back to you, Ms. Chance.
Although he did complete the 2 programs that I do agree with you, because I reviewed my previous notes. And it's the same thing that he said, or similar. Very similar. That he had a lot going on. And so when I asked him the question, you know, what are risk factors for him, I had expected him to say that I struggle when I have problems I can deal with, but he didn't. And so I, you know, put that down as a concern. This is his second weapon charge, which is very concerning. I do understand that he did indicate that he did not utilize his resources while he was there. But he said something similar before. He has 5 years of special parole. I don't know what else Mr. Flowers can do until his EOS date is next June. And then he goes out on special parole. The one thing that I would recommend is, I think Mr. Flowers could do with a mental health evaluation and treatment. And I know he has scores of 1. Mm-hmm. But in just reviewing notes from the last hearing and this one, I believe that he could do with an evaluation to determine what other kinds of support he needs in addition to substance abuse when he goes back in the community. He is rated high today. He indicated that he wants to attend any meetings and wants to go to CDL school, but he needs to obtain his driver's license so that he can work. I would have liked to have a little bit more detailed plan for Mr. Flowers, but he indicated that he does have support in the community. I'm kind of stuck with whether I should still go ahead and grant. I came in here with a denial.
Yeah, I'm finding it hard for me to get to grant.
Right.
He took the tier 2 program, which is what we ask Mr. Flowers to do, because he is drug score 3.
Right.
Had the 2 prior tickets, one for Pruno and the other one for, I got benzos, but I'm not sure if that's right. It was more, it's Suboxone, yeah.
It was Suboxone.
Yeah. So it's similar to what he just had the ticket for.
Yeah.
I understand that it was a very tragic time. I won't even say difficult, tragic time for him at that moment. However, based on his history, I am concerned. I think that he could probably look to try and do some sort of substance abuse aftercare, if it's available to him. I know he had no control over those things, or AA, or develop a plan for himself. He said he identified triggers when he was in the tier 2 program, but it doesn't seem like it worked for him. So I think this here was really based on him getting something out of a substance abuse program and not getting DRs, and he did not. So I cannot vote in favor of his discretionary parole today. Ms. Berry?
I will not be in support of the discretionary parole today. Honestly, when I reviewed the file, I was concerned about the underlying offense, but then to come back with a new gun conviction on that after being on supervision, I could not support.
So I had for institutional inadequate, and he took program, but he didn't demonstrate any change.
So just the 2 for institutional adjustment and inadequate evidence of offender change?
And well, I hear some evidence. I hear some evidence of change. It's the problem that I'm having is that Mr. Flowers appears to know that he should be making better decisions. It's all about his being able to actually do it. It sounds like he can recognize that he's doing the wrong thing, but he can't stop himself from doing the wrong thing at the same time. So I do.
There's no change. I
understand.
And what did you have?
I had nature and circumstance. The weapons are, plaguing our communities. I had that in for institutional justice.
I think we all believe that when given the opportunity to come back for another hearing, it should be trying your hardest to make those positive decisions.
I understand. Yeah. I understand why. Sad.
I just didn't see the change.
So in the matter of Germano Flowers, 399016, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. So Mr. Flowers.
You also like 5 years special parole.
Okay, thank you. All right, so special parole conditions?
I have no alcohol.
no consumption of alcohol.
I think that's,
And I wanted to have mental health evaluation treatment.
okay. All right, and we will also set the following special parole conditions for his 5 years of special parole: no alcohol consumption and mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Flowers, we were unable to grant you discretionary parole. You do have 5 years of special parole to follow this sentence. We hope that you'll seek out the help that you need and follow through with your goals that you've set for yourself. Best of luck. You're welcome.
This concludes the hearing for Ronald Flowers, inmate number 399016.
Morning,
Good morning. Can I have your name, please?
Dominic Reed.
Okay, give us 1 second.
Here's a.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, April 13th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Panel Member Barry.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Dominic Reed, 429567.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Dominic Reed, inmate number 429567. He is serving a total effective sentence of 3 years flat for identity theft third, violation of probation with underlying charge of larceny first. He also has risk of injury to child, 2 counts of engaging in police pursuit, evading responsibility, an additional violation of probation with an underlying charge of evading responsibility. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of July 3rd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Reed, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Wrote a letter.
Okay, you want to read the letter then?
Okay, I would like to thank you for this opportunity. This time in my incarceration, I had to be true with myself and truly want change. I had to learn to take responsibility for my action and to use this time to fully reflect and learn and grow. I had to come to realize I'm way too different to stay the same. I have so much potential to change. During this incarceration, I've learned effective ways to break free of my bad habits, harmful behaviors, and to utilize counseling. I have worked to address my choices that led me here. I developed better decision-making skills and a deeper understanding of how my actions impact others. If granted parole, I'm prepared to reintegrate into the community with a actual clear and realistic goal plan.
Okay, you got more?
Yes, I'm sorry. My goal is not only to avoid the past mistakes, but to contribute positively by obtaining a job and figuring out what career path I would like to take and keeping true to the career path that I chose and maintaining compliance with supervision requirements. That's it right now.
Okay, nicely done, Mr. Reed. Did you prepare that yourself?
Yes.
Okay, sounds like you gave some thought into what's going on in your life.
Yes.
All right, we're gonna ask you some questions. We'll deliberate afterwards and give you our decision. I'll begin with the questions this morning. So you got a lot happening on this file today. You've got engaging in pursuit, evading responsibility, looks like 2 separate incidents. One of the cars you hit had a child in it. Then you're on probation for some other charges. So what was going on that created such chaos in your life?
There's no real excuses for my actions, but after my last release, I had gotten a job and I've been working out. I usually work, I find a job at work, but my company ended up closing, and it took me a little while to find a job, and I was just spiraling out of control after attempts of finding jobs and stuff. So I just ended up hanging out with the wrong crowd and ended up getting back into trouble.
Well, you were on probation for 2 different dockets, right? So you had 2 dockets of probation. What was going on that you weren't working with probation? I mean, I see that you've got some history of employment. I did see that you were unemployed for 1.5 years. You couldn't find anything in that 1.5 years.
I was mostly looking for warehouse jobs and anything with CNC operator, because that's where I've been trained in. And I'm not really I'm not really good with customer service jobs. So I was really just looking for a particular job, which in fact, I should have just been hoping to get any job at that time. But I was on unsupervised probation, so I ain't really know.
Yeah, but I also know that even if you're on unsupervised probation, you can reach out to the probation department and they'll put you back in touch with an officer who would be able to help you with some resources.
I reached out to my parole officer, Officer Rory, at the time.
Parole or probation? Parole, okay.
I reached out to my parole officer because when I was on probation, I asked for help, but every once they found somebody to help me, it was they had a guy working in probation, and he was only there for 3 weeks. He said he would help me get a dishwasher job, and when time came, he was never there anymore. I worked at I go to a career resource, but they only give you training, and there's nothing really there at the end. It's just training. There's just a lot of training out there in the world. Nothing really. I work with Marcus Cherry. He works. It's always just it's a lukewarm state when it comes to finding a job.
All right. Are you trained as a machinist, CNC machinist? Okay,
Yeah.
good for you.
I went I got my OSHA 10 and my OSHA 20 and my OSHA 40 from career resource, and my CPR and my flagger certification from career resource.
Well, you know, the amount of chaos that was going on with your charges, when you engage in a police pursuit, I mean, why wouldn't you just stop for the police? This is not, because this is not your first charge like this. You have a history of this.
Yeah. I wasn't thinking. I was just trying to get out the situation where I just made a bad decision to run.
A couple of times.
Yes. I'm in a place where you can't run, so I learned that you just got to stand and take whatever punishment that comes with whatever action you have done. So.
I mean, you took the Tier 2 program, you haven't taken voices, but what do you think the charges such as this, the engaging in pursuit, the evading, the risk of injury, even the identity theft, what do you think the impact is on the victims in the community?
I think the impact, I put a lot of fear in my victims.
Fear from what?
It's a lot. The child endangerment was my biggest I don't know how to say it. It was a big problem for me because I would never really put a child in. I never would ever put a child in danger. And for the people with the identity theft, I know I probably set them back in life. I wouldn't want that for me, but I have done it to myself. So I realized that I really messed up a lot.
And I heard you talk in your opening statement about making better decisions and understanding how your actions affect others in all of this. Why would we think you could make better decisions now? What skills do you think you've acquired?
I learned in my incarceration to say no more and to stay out the way and stay focused and to truly want change, to not just say to do it.
All right. So talk to me about when you're back in the community. What does that look like for you?
This time when I'm back in the community, hopefully I could find a job as soon as possible. My goal is to do something in welding for my mom, so that she would help me with the schooling with Porter and Chester, so I could start welding. Spend more time with my little brother, and to go to therapy. I gotta find counseling somewhere to help with my emotions.
Okay. You have one disciplinary ticket for hiding medication. Now, so my question is, if you didn't want to take it anymore, why not just say, I don't want to take this anymore? You have that right.
Yes. It was because I was in McDougal and I just had a lot of ibuprofen and different pills, because you don't really get, it take a week for you to get headache pills and stuff. So I just kept it all in a bottle for later when I really need it. I wasn't really thinking too much of it, which I should have, but I was just.
Yeah. I mean, it was back in September. So it is a little bit ago, but it's one of those things of not following the rules. And when you're in, where you are, rules are important.
Yes.
It's like the rules in the community. Do you have a driver's license?
Yes.
All right, I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Reed. Ms. Barry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Reed, I do believe that the chair asked a good number of questions. And I really did come in today with a question mark after reviewing your file, because I really felt as if you had a lot going on, as the chair stated, in terms of all this evading and all that stuff. Like, it just puts so many other people at risk. And my concern is that you've had all of this OSHA 10 and OSHA 20 and 40 and Ryan Lasher and CNC and all of that stuff. How long ago did you obtain those certifications?
I obtained those after my last release from.
So why wasn't that enough to deter you from engaging with these people that you know are not good influences?
There's no good reasons, good explanation for that. I'm just
curious to know, do any of those people call you while you're in the facility or write you letters?
No.
They put any money on your books?
Only my mother and my siblings.
So I'm not sure why you continue to allow your being around the wrong people to dictate the trajectory of your life. Are you incapable of saying no to people?
I am capable of saying no.
So why do you think you haven't been able to do that thus far?
I was just weak-minded.
Do you consider yourself a leader or a follower?
A leader. But I was falling sometime, but do consider myself a leader at
Well, you're 27 years old now. Tomorrow's your birthday, right? You'll be 28.
yes.
Your brain's fully developed. You know now that there's consequences for your action, and you can't be riding through town, these big cities, as if this is the Fast and Furious.
Oh.
All right, I'm all set. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Ms. Chance?
So, Mr. Reed,
Yes.
you said you were not able to complete your schooling due to family responsibilities. Do you have any children?
No.
So what family responsibility did you have?
The schooling thing, I was working a full-time job, and my mom works full-time too. So sometimes I had to pick my brother up and bring him to the Sheen Center, or because my mom is she does pay the bills of the house. So sometimes I'll take time out of my life and spend more time with my brother, because we don't really have a babysitter or anything. It's mostly just me and my mom, and my brother. So
hopefully your mom will understand that as a 28-year-old tomorrow adult, that you need to be employed. Now, you have the CNC machine manufacturing certification. Have you ever applied for a job?
Yes, I have. I've applied.
What happened?
Usually, I apply and I'll get the job, then they'll do a background check and they'll deter me sometime, or deter the employers. So it's really something I'll get accepted, or they will like my application, but it's just my background they're kind of scared of.
But I thought, along with, I can't remember what name Department of Labor has now, but I thought at one time that ex-offenders could apply for that CNC manufacturing training, when in fact some of the Pell Grant money was paying for that training. So why would they not hire you?
All I know is I applied for multiple. I did get a job, but when I was looking, it's always they will contact. They will ask me about my prior, if I've ever been incarcerated. I guess I've been looking for the wrong jobs. I've been applying for the wrong jobs, but I do look for CNC operating machinery, and most times.
You also have electrical training and the computer aid graphic and design. You couldn't find a job in either one of those areas?
I have to go to college for the computer aiding graphic designing. My first job, I worked as a assembler, and I tried. They said you could upgrade in your job, and I applied for that position, and I never got it because they want me to go to college for it.
Yeah, but I think that the college that they want you to go is, I don't remember how long it is. I know University of Hartford has one, and I can't remember how long. But it was not a long course. The reason I'm asking you these questions, Mr. Reed, is, as my colleague said, you're going to be 28 tomorrow.
Yes.
So you now have to make decisions that are going to positively impact your life. So you have to sit down with your mom and work that out, knowing that what your priority is, especially since you have a criminal history.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
All right. I have nothing more.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Reed, we have no additional questions, so we'll deliberate, give you our decision in just a couple of minutes.
All right.
All right, so I too came in with a question mark on Mr. Reed today. I thought that the behavior was just reckless. You know, I guess technically it doesn't rise to violence, but it creates such, you know, I'm looking for another word of reckless, but just the impact on the community. It's just
menacing.
But right,
menacing.
the right word.
Yeah, and menacing, yeah. I do appreciate, though, hearing Mr. Reed talk about it. Sounds as though he understands the harm that these types of offenses do cause the community. I did like hearing from him that he did try and reach out to other resources in the community to help him with employment. I'm surprised that he wasn't able to benefit from any place that he went. So there must be a piece missing in there somewhere that we're just not hearing. He does have a criminal history, and he was on probation when this occurred. He has the one disciplinary report back in September of 2025. He completed the Tier 2 program, seems to have benefited from that as well. I like that he has a good release plan with some realistic and obtainable goals. So I do find Mr. Reed suitable for discretionary parole today. Ms. Berry?
I do too.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. No problem.
I'm not sure that I find him suitable. And I didn't like the evaluation that I read on for his Tier 2. I really think that he could have utilized the Voices program that he did not complete. And I was happy, though, to hear him say, as a man, that, you know, I do need to connect with some kind of therapist because I have a lot of other things going on. I like you said, Madam Chair, did have a question mark, but I would support his discretionary parole. One, he has a flat sentence, and two, I think that he would benefit from parole. So I don't know if that's suitability, but I'd be willing to give him an opportunity.
All right, there we go. All right, so I had 4 co-defendants. Did I get them all?
Yeah.
Do a mental health evaluation and treatment. Do that.
Like I had no driving because he was just insanity without the parole officer's permission.
All right, anything else? So in the matter of Dominique Reed, 429-567, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after July 3rd, 2026, with the following conditions: mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission, and no contact with 4 co-defendants: Hector Delgado, Xavier Rondon, Tyrone Jonathan, and Elijah Holloman. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Reed, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Follow through on some of those goals you have. They seem like they could be very suitable for what you want to do.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This concludes the hearing for Dominic Reed, inmate number 429567.
Okay.
Hello.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, April 13th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Joy Chance.
Good morning, panel member Barry.
Please state your name and number for the record.
Jermaine Joseph, 441787.
This is a rehear being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jermaine Joseph, inmate number 441787. He is serving a total effective sentence of 10 years execution suspended after 4 years to serve, followed by 5 years of probation for stealing firearm, 2 counts of carrying a pistol without a permit, sale of hallucinogen, interfering with officer and resisting, and failure to appear second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of July 21, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender, and since his last hearing, the offender has completed New Thoughts, Voices, and Tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Joseph, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. I would like to start off by saying thank you for this opportunity. I want to sincerely apologize to my family and my community that I poisoned with drugs. I take full accountability for the crimes I committed. While being incarcerated, I had time to work on myself and grow to be a better person. Due to religion and all the programs provided by the DOC, I learned how to deal with my criminal patterns and change my mindset. During my time incarcerated, I received a couple of DRs, which I take full responsibility for. However, I didn't let these DRs stop me from growing. Instead, I used them as a lesson to learn from. When I first was incarcerated, I was younger with an immature mindset. Over time, things changed, starting with me getting my GED, which was a big accomplishment for me. After I was placed in the LEAD program, where I learned how to be a leader and have integrity. Once I completed this program, I took a lot of time to focus on my religion. This has helped me find peace and look at life in a more positive way. While still practicing my religious beliefs, I started to attend other programs such as Tier 2, New Thoughts and Voices. And Tier 2 taught me about my addictive ways and how to spot my triggers. Most importantly, I learned different ways to deal with them. And New Thoughts, I learned about forgiving not just others, but forgiving myself as well. I also have learned to change my way of thinking by changing my actions, my surroundings, and who I surround myself with. Finally, in Voices, I learned how seriously my actions affected me, my family, and my community. While doing my programs, I was also working as a chairman, which helped me gain familiarity with a working routine. My overall goal is to use the skills I learned while incarcerated throughout life. I want to be the best man and role model I can be for my family, community, and myself. Once again, I would like to thank you all for this opportunity. I apologize again to my family, community, and all who were affected by my criminal actions, and I take full responsibility for that.
Okay, Mr. Joseph, thank you for your opening statement. You covered a lot in that statement and in terms of the programs that you've taken. This is a rehear for you. You were before the panel 6 months ago. So it's the same process. We'll begin with Ms. Berry, Marie, for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, Mr. Joseph, I would like to say congratulations on receiving your high school diploma. I see that you got that in August of 24. That's a huge accomplishment. I heard you talk about that in your opening statement. I also am happy that you shared what you learned in each of the programs that you participated in since you've been in the facility. I also heard you express remorse for your actions and take accountability for them as well. I have to say that your file was very concerning to me. Not only were you in possession of weapons, but there are several instances where there were shots fired with your participation. I was not on your prior panel. And while I appreciate the other people giving you an opportunity to come back and prove yourself, I just, with all these weapons and this behavior in our communities, plaguing our communities. So it was all a whole lot. But the last panel did ask you not to receive any additional disciplinary infractions, but you did get one in February of this year. So tell me why you disobeyed the direct order.
Okay, so the reason what happened was the CEO, it was a rookie CEO, he did count. And after he did count, I'm a teammate. So I gave him my bunk to go to work. He sent me back to my bunk and he told me they didn't call workers. So I went back to my bunk and it was the 3 o'clock count. So I sat there, waited, and around like 4:20, I get back off my bunk, but to use the bathroom this time. And when I went to use the bathroom, I was coming out the bathroom. The CEOs told me, give him my ID. I gave him my ID. And then later on that night, I received a Class B ticket, but I didn't fight it because by the end of the day, I know, like, even though I had used the bathroom after I was going to work, by the end of the day, though, the count wasn't clear, and I did get off my bunk. So I just signed the ticket and took responsibility for it.
Right. But I did see that DOC waived that ticket for you and you were approved for a halfway house release, right?
Yes.
But your preference would be to be released to your dad in Norwalk. Is that right?
Yes.
And you say that you are ready for parole because you've changed your mindset and you feel prepared and motivated to go out and do things differently. Is that an accurate statement? So tell me why you were engaged in this kind of behavior initially. I heard you talk about being immature, but what else?
So I was gonna say, I feel like I was more like a product of my environment, growing up in a single home, and it's like looking at all my uncles and stuff like that, and everybody like when I come outside, that was stuff I used to see. So I thought it was like, it was just common, it was just cool, and like, and I never been to jail, I never got in trouble because I was a kid, so I never knew like the seriousness of my actions and the things I was doing. So.
Well, I saw that you did get in a little bit of trouble when in your younger days. And I also know that this is with everyone else that was in that house where they found the 2 firearms. Did those people get time in prison too?
Yes, besides one, I think, I'm not sure, because I know one of them bonded out, and then somebody told me he did 30 days, but after that, everybody else did time in jail.
And so I can understand you're saying that this was a sense of normalcy for you because of that's the environment that you grew up in. But you do you watch the news at all?
I just started watching the news when I got incarcerated.
Any of your friends get shot and killed? Anybody murdered?
When I was younger, I had one friend got killed.
And do you know why they were killed?
I don't know like the depth into the situation, but I do know it's because he had a problem with some other kids, and then they just pretty much killed him.
So this is what the concern is with so many illegal weapons out in our communities. People are losing their lives every single day. People feel the need to take the law into their own hands, or they have to protect themselves, so they have these weapons. You know, it's just a vicious cycle that will never end if we don't start taking accountability, like you said, for your actions. But acknowledging the fact that this is not the norm. If everyone was supposed to have a weapon, they wouldn't have laws in place about weapons. So the fact that you were out there with these weapons, selling drugs, not showing up like you were supposed to court, and just being, I mean, just reckless in our community. I just don't believe that. I see one, two, you had an illegal possession of a weapon in a motor vehicle in October of 2022. What weapon was that?
So that was me and a couple of my friends.
Tell me what weapon it was.
It was a BB gun in there, and they said it was also a road gun.
Okay. And then you got the criminal possession of a weapon in November of 2022. That was a gun too, right?
Yes.
And then you got criminal possession of a weapon in 23 and stealing the firearm. So that's 3. So a total of 4, 5 weapons, 6 weapons that you've been involved in. For me, Mr. Joseph, I do appreciate your efforts towards rehabilitation, but sir, this is so much to try to overlook. It really just is. And while I appreciate the prior panel giving you an opportunity to prove that you're able to comply with their requests, I commend you for that. I just think that your high rate, your disciplinary infractions, along with the nature of your crimes, really do. It's all very concerning, and I'm finding it very difficult to find you suitable, is what I'm trying to say. So I appreciate your speaking with me, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Ms. Chance?
So, I reviewed Mr. Joseph criminal history, and that was a primary concern for me. I could not believe that at age 23, he had so many gun charges. It was just speeding concerning. But I did appreciate him using the Tier 2 and the New Thoughts and the Voices program. But Mr. Joseph, I want to ask you, knowing the extent of your criminal history with the gun charges, how have you changed? And I know this is like your second opportunity, this bid that you've been given. But seriously, how have you changed?
So I think one of the biggest ways I changed personally, it was because I found faith in God through religion. And I feel like that helped me out a lot, because when I was home, like, I really didn't know the seriousness of life and stuff. So ever since I became Muslim and I've been studying religion, I feel that helped me look at life differently and positive, and be more grateful for the little things. And overall, another way I also feel like I changed was because of New Thoughts, because New Thoughts taught me, pretty much, even though where I come from, who I be with, that don't define me who I am. And it's up to me to change for the better and not for nobody else. But it starts with me knowing myself and what I want to do. And I feel like that just helped my mindset overall grow, because now I just look at everything different. I look at the cup half full instead of half negative. I got, instead of protecting myself, I could just stay away from over here. I could just stop chilling with this person and stuff like that. I don't feel obligated. I got to be around certain people in certain neighborhoods.
So you want to go live with your father?
Yes.
You had any interaction with him before?
Yes, I was raised by him my whole life.
So why weren't you listening to him?
So the thing was that I was hard-headed. I'm not gonna lie. I was hard-headed, and a lot of stuff I just didn't take it seriously. Like, he used to tell me all the time, like, stop hanging with this person and do that. And he used to actually help me. Like, he helped me get a job and everything. But I was just hard-headed. Like, everything he listened man one ear out the other ear. Like, because my dad's old. He's 63. So I always just be like, oh, time changed. It's not the same when you was growing up. So, like, I just didn't take it seriously for real.
Do you remember the question my colleague asked you about whether you watch the news?
Yes.
You know why she was asking you?
No, because I feel like because every day, if I do watch the news, I can see like, because every day when I watch the news, you see younger kids, like my age and younger, always on the news for either guns or shootings and stuff like that. So I can know like how serious my actions are.
Have you ever thought about the number of gun charges that you have?
Yes, I think about that all the time.
How I think of it as a serious public safety issue. But I also, looking at your age and the programs that you complete. And I'm hoping that if you get the opportunity to go out today on discretionary parole, I just want you to know that if you screw up while you're out there, guess what? They bring you right back to jail. No going through the courts or anything. They bring you right back to jail. So do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So what are you going to do? So your dad thinks that he can get you a job at the boat detailing business,
Yes.
and you're going to attend a trading school for welding.
Yes.
Is that something that you like to do and you enjoy doing?
Yes.
And it says that you're also going to attend meetings, NA and A meetings.
Yes.
And you know that you're required to register on the Deadly Weapon Offender Registry.
Yes.
At age 23 years old.
Yes.
Think about that.
Move your hand and the light will come back on.
Okay. I have no other questions, Madam Chair, but I hope you heard what each of us have said to you today. Said Madam Chair.
So, Mr. Joseph, I heard you mention, and I don't think we've asked yet, you took the Tier 2 program and you said you identified your triggers. So what, I mean, I have here that you smoke marijuana. Some people might say, well, that's no real big deal. Although we're using K2 before the last hearing. So what do you think your triggers are?
One of the biggest triggers I noticed, music. I think music actually influenced a lot of things, like listening to certain rappers and stuff like that. And another trigger, I feel like is like just like TV in general, because when I was on the shows and stuff I was watching, they were more like shows about drugs and party life and stuff like that. So I feel like those are one of the big triggers for me.
Kind of glorifies it all, right? Makes it seem like it's all so much fun, but nobody's going to jail in those scenarios. Yeah. Yeah. And marijuana is mind altering regardless of what anybody thinks. Especially for a young person who, when you committed all these offenses, you were 19, 20, 21, your brain is still trying to figure out, still trying to grow. So using all those substances just delays the process.
Yes.
Those are medical facts.
Yes, I remember learning that in tier 2.
But, all right. All right, so we're all done with the questions. We'll deliberate and give you our decision in just a minute.
Okay.
So, Ms. Berry, you have anything to add?
I don't. I wish that I really could support his discretionary parole. I know that he is young and we do take that into consideration in a number of our different type of hearings, but in this instance, I cannot support discretionary parole. I just think that it's the risk to pursue.
Okay, and Ms. Chance?
So I would be willing to give Mr. Joseph an opportunity to go out discretionary parole. You know, the last time he was out on community release, he did complete it. And he did complete new programs. He's going back to live with his father, and hopefully he has acknowledged that he's changed because he now understands the seriousness of, you know, all those guns that he had. He has a job waiting. He's going to pursue the trade, the welding trade, and attend NANA meetings, and hopefully he'll realize that marijuana and K2 is no good for him, especially at his age, and that he's going to pay more attention to what his dad says.
I agree. I do want to give Mr. Joseph an opportunity. And that's what this would be. He's 23 years old now. He's past that point where we say, well, you know, they're young, their brains are still, you know, not thinking clearly and using drugs, and all that delays the process. But I do hear some very mature statements. I hear offender change. We see a young person with good support in the community. It sounds like his father really wants what's best for him and wants to support him, and is willing to put himself out there to help him with employment. So, and I do hear also that he's got some goals. I think they're obtainable, can provide him with a good future when he follows through with them. So I am also in favor of granting discretionary parole. And I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 co-defendants. Anything else other than the co-defendants? Chance?
That's all I have.
Okay.
I only have the
Okay. So in the matter of Jermaine Joseph, 441787, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today, April 13, 2026, with one stipulation of no contact with these co-defendants: Namie Jones, Jamari Rodriguez, Jordan Mitchell, Rainford McKenzie, Richard Warthen, Samuel Branch, and Javon Coleman. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Nay. Okay. It's a majority decision, but you've been granted parole. Do the best.
Okay.
Do your best out there, Mr. Joseph.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Good luck to you.
This concludes the hearing for Jermaine Joseph, inmate number 441787.
What's that?
Yes.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, April 13th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for an information and preparation of this hearing.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Joy Chance.
Panel Member Barry, good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Josué Rivera Suárez. My inmate number is 366735.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Josué Rivera Suarez, inmate number 366735. He is serving a total effective sentence of 12 years, execution suspended after 3 years to serve, followed by 5 years of probation for possession with intent to sell dispense narcotic, violation of probation with underlying charges of burglary second, criminal possession of a pistol revolver, carrying a pistol without a permit, and risk of injury to trial. Additionally, he has a failure to appear first, another violation of probation with underlying charges of burglary third, and failure to appear first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 5th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has not completed any programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Flores, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
You need to and my English is not so perfect. You speak it too fast. The way you speaking, I don't understand a lot what you say. I'm sorry, I apologize. You can repeat what you say again, little slow, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, so right now, did you understand that this is a hearing? And right now, we'd like you to say why you think you should get parole today.
I know the whatever I do in my past and the right choice I made. I know the wrong decision, but being carcerated here, that let me think better the situation. There's a lot to be losing being here in incarceration because there's no family here and no kid here and nobody I can see. Like I'll be learning because it's cool and all that, but like the real family outside, I can take care, I can support. Like right now, I learned for this time that all my mistakes I've been making in my past no bring me nowhere good to here. Like I try to better in life. Like I wanna be somebody in the community, somebody doing stuff good. Yeah, being here, I don't think I can.
All right, Mr. Rivera Suarez, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Do you want us to have an interpreter for you?
See you one, yeah.
You want an interpreter?
Yeah, I
Okay.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
I apologize.
Hi. Well, let David sit in just in case I heard him say,
What do you want to accept? She consider as an interpreter or? Yes. Oh, okay.
All right, so why don't we, Mr. Suarez, Mr. Rivera Suarez, we're going to start the hearing from the very beginning. And we have an interpreter, so we would like you to take advantage of having those services today. We were under the impression that you did not need an interpreter from your earlier interview.
Señor Rivera Suárez, tenemos una intérprete. Lo que vamos a hacer es vamos a comenzar la audiencia desde el principio. Ya que tenemos a la intérprete, le sugiero que tome ventaja de la intérprete. Nosotros estábamos bajo la impresión de que usted no necesita ya intérprete de su previa entrevista.
Sí, pero la bocina y se escucha más lejos y no se escucha claro.
It's mainly the speaker. It sounds farther away and I can't clearly hear.
Okay, well, we want you to understand everything that happens in today's hearing. So we'll move forward with the interpreter services.
Nosotros queremos que usted comprenda todo lo de la audiencia el día de hoy. Entonces vamos a seguir adelante usando los servicios de la intérprete.
Okay, gracias.
Okay, thank you.
Dunkley, we're going to start from the beginning.
Good morning. My name is Pearl Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, April 13, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles.
Officer Dunkley, my sincere apologies. Do you have to swear the interpreter in?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Can I please have your name for the record?
Daisy Caporato.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your ability, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Good morning. My name is Pearl Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, April 13, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information for preparation of this hearing.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Joy Chance.
Panel Member Barry.
Buenos días, soy la oficial Dunkley. Hoy es viernes, abril 13 del 2026 y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional. El día de los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana y al decir sus nombres en el certificado, están certificando que han revisado todos los documentos exigidos por la ley y la información pertinente disponible para la preparación de esta audiencia. Aquí presente están los miembros de la Junta, Deborah Smith Palmieri,
Joy Chance.
Joy Chance,
Rufaro Barry.
and Rufaro Barry.
Say that.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Favor de decir su nombre y su número de confinado.
Mi nombre es Josué Rivera Suárez. Mi número de preso es 366-735.
Mi nombre es, my name is José Rivera Suárez. My inmate number is 366-735.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jesus Rivera Suarez, inmate number 366735. He is serving a total effective sentence of 12 years, execution suspended after 3 years to serve, followed by 5 years of probation for possession of intent to sell dispensed narcotics, violation of probation with underlying charges of burglary second, criminal possession of a pistol revolver, carrying pistol without permit and risk of injury to child. He also has failure to appear first, violation of probation with an underlying charges of burglary third, and failure to appear first. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 5th, 2026. There was no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has not completed any programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Suarez, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole.
Esta audiencia está siendo llevada a cabo en consideración a la solicitud de libertad condicional de José Rivera Suárez, número de confinado 366-735, quien está cumpliendo una condena de 12 años de prisión con ejecución suspendida después de servir 3 años, seguido por 5 años de probatoria o de libertad provisional por los cargos de hurto de segundo grado, posesión criminal de un revólver o pistola, posesión en su persona de una pistola sin permiso, riesgo de daño a un menor de edad, fallo a comparecer en primer grado, violación de la probatoria, con unos cargos también de hurto en tercer grado y fallo a comparecer en el primer grado. Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional de mayo 5, 2026. El día de hoy no hay un testimonio de la víctima en este caso. Si hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor, el cual ha sido revisado y muestra que el ofensor no ha completado ningún programa. Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación de riesgo de ofensor, el puntaje general del ofensor cae dentro del rango muy alto de riesgo de reincidencia. El señor Josué Rivera Suárez, número de confirmado 366-735. Esta es su oportunidad para dejarle saber a la Junta por qué piensa usted que se le debe de otorgar la libertad condicional. ¿Puede usted comenzar?
Yo sé que en el pasado, lo que yo hice en el pasado, yo no puedo cambiarlo. Pero no puedo cambiar eso. Puedo cambiar lo que puedo hacer en el presente y en el futuro. Yo, estando aquí, he recapacitado que está haciendo lo malo, no me lleva a mí a nada bueno. No, y verdad, las decisiones de ellos, cualquier cosa que ellos quieran tomar, decisión que ellos quieran tomar, yo se la voy a agradecer, pues darme su tiempo. Eso está en ellos.
Okay, well, I know that I cannot change what I've done in the past. I can only change what or control the present and my future. By being here, I have been able to think about it a lot, and I know that it has not led me to anything good. I know that this is in your hands. It'll be your decision, and I'll understand and appreciate whatever you decide. I appreciate your time.
All right, Mr. Rivera Suarez, thank you for your opening statement. We'll begin by asking you some questions. And Ms. Chance will begin with the questions this morning.
Muy bien, gracias, señor Rivera Suárez, por su tiempo. Vamos a comenzar con algunas preguntas y la señora Chance comenzará con las preguntas el día de hoy.
Yes, Mr. Rivera Suarez. I know somewhere in your opening statement, you acknowledge that you've made some poor choices, that you didn't have any family support, and you want to be a good person in the community. So during this incarceration, what programs have you taken?
Sí, señor Rivera Suárez, sé que en su declaración de apertura usted reconoció que ha cometido o ha tenido usted decisiones que han sido malas. También usted indicó que no tenía apoyo familiar y que quiere ser una buena persona en su comunidad. Durante esta encarcelación, ¿qué programas ha usted tomado?
Yo he escrito a Tier 2, porque yo he escrito a Tier 2, estoy en la escuela, pero Tier 2 no me contestó que tengo que estar en la lista. A todos los que yo he escrito, lo que me dicen es que estás en la lista, que tengo que esperar para mi IOS. Para el día de que vaya para casa, que esté cerca. Eso es lo que me contestan aquí todo el tiempo.
Can the interpreter please verify the name of the program he has written to? Me dijo usted que el programa se llama, ¿cómo?
El día tuyo escribí y me dijeron que tengo que estar ready listo para irme para casa. EOSP, algo así.
He's saying tier 2.
Oh, tier 2.
He said tier 2.
Thank you. Okay, so this is what the inmate has said. It's just that I wrote to tier 2. I've written to tier 2. It's just that they keep saying that I have to wait. They have this type of waiting lists, and that's all they keep saying here, that we have to wait, we have to wait.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera Suarez, you have received 3 disciplinary reports that are concerning. It affects the reason why you have not been able to complete any programs.
Muy bien, señor Rivera Suárez. Usted ha recibido 3 reportes de mala conducta y esos reportes disciplinarios, se puede decir, afectan, es una de las razones por las cuales usted no ha podido completar ningún programa.
Sí, eso es verdad. Yo he cogido 3 disciplinas, no voy a mentir. Los 3 tickets. Pero es que antes yo cogí los tickets, yo estaba escribiendo y nada.
That is true.
Siga.
That is true. That is correct. I have received 3 disciplinary reports, but even before I received those tickets, I had been writing to them and nothing happened.
Well, you are on the list like everyone else. But looking at your criminal history and your high drug score, I could not find you suitable today, especially in light of the high drug score and your DRs, your disciplinary reports.
Muy bien, usted está en la lista de espera como todos los demás. Y viendo a sus antecedentes penales, al igual que también en la clasificación que usted sacó, el puntaje que usted sacó de ser alto en el puntaje de las drogas, no encuentro que usted esté apto el día de hoy, especialmente por los reportes disciplinarios y también el puntaje que salió en las drogas.
Pero si no estoy listo, yo le voy a agradecer a ellos. Eso fue algo que también, vuelvo y repito, me pasó en el pasado. Si mi acto me condenan de no poder salir en parol, no puedo hacer nada. ¿Qué puedo hacer? No me quieren llamar para programa. Me gustaría ir, que tengo mi familia acá, mi mamá y todo eso, pero si no, la decisión es de ellos, y repito, no puedo hacer nada.
If I'm not suitable, well, I still appreciate it, that this is based on my past. But if I cannot get parole, there's nothing that I can do. Maybe go to some programs, but if I am not able to leave, then really there's nothing that I can do. I would like to, of course, because I have family here and my mom is here, so I would like to, but it's out of my hands.
I need to ask you another question, Mr. Rivera Suarez. What was going on with you while you were committing these offenses?
Yo le quiero hacer otra pregunta, señor Rivera Suárez. ¿Qué es lo que estaba pasando con usted en el momento en el que usted cometió estas ofensas, estos delitos?
Para los nuevos, porque ellos están hablando de mucho, ellos me han hablado de mi robatoria y de el caso que busqué con droga. ¿Cuál es eso?
Well, it depends. Which ones are you talking about? They spoke to me about a lot of them. They spoke to me about the burglary, the drugs. Which one of those?
You know, there's so many different crimes that you have committed. I just want to know, was there something going on in your personal life that you feel that you have to commit burglary, that you have to be in possession of a gun, that you were selling drugs, that you failed to show up court, that you burglarized homes? I mean,
Bueno, como usted lo ha dicho, ha cometido usted diferentes delitos, diferentes crímenes y simplemente yo quería saber qué estaba sucediendo con usted en su vida personal a que le hizo sentir que tenía usted de que al cometer estas ofensas, estos delitos, que tenía usted que estar en posesión de una arma, que tenía usted que estar vendiendo drogas, que usted tenía que fallar a comparecer. Que tenía que cometer hurto, robo.
Eso es verdad. Yo no voy a mentir, yo no estaba supuesto a andar con armas. Lo de hurto, se robé, tengo que comer. Y no estaba pensando bien. Estaba en la sustancia. Pero de vender, nunca vendí en mi vida. Yo estaba pensando que ya me sentenciaron con tener droga, no venta. Pues yo nunca he vendido droga. Y ellos me cogieron un día después de mi cumpleaños, pues venta. No fue venta. Yo me sentencié a tener droga encima, pues nunca me cogieron vendiendo. Eso fue la sentencia mía. Y es verdad, yo no estaba supuesto a hacer eso, porque eso es mi pasado. Y si yo sigo pensando en mi pasado y pues, me sigan juzgando en el pasado, pues en mi presente me van a juzgar todo el tiempo. Y no está supuesto que me juzguen en el presente. Ya eso fue algo que me pasó en el pasado y sé que no fue lo correcto lo que hice. Yo no tenía que tener armas, yo no tenía que hacer burglary, porque yo soy una persona que puedo trabajar, puedo hacer las cosas bien, pero en ese momento mi mente no estaba pensando bien. No estaba pensando bien, ¿verdad? Y lo de la droga fue que, ¿cómo tú le vas a quitar a un hijo por 18 años? ¿Cómo se van a sentir que su hijo se lo quite, se lo arrebaten así por 18 años? Tú no puedes estar al lado de tus hijos por algo que tú no estás siquiera diciendo.
Mr. Suarez, give the interpreter a chance to interpret now.
Gracias, señor Suárez. Voy a interpretar. That is true. That is true. You're not supposed to be, I wasn't supposed to be in possession. And you're right, I did commit the burglary and I did use substances I wasn't supposed to use. Regarding the other thing, they had me as dealing drugs. I thought that I had already gotten convicted regarding the drugs, so I didn't know about the other thing. And they have it as dealing the drugs, but I wasn't dealing drugs, they were just in my possession. But all of this is my past. I can't continue to focus on my past because then I'm losing part of my present. I know that it wasn't correct. I know that it wasn't right. And I wasn't supposed to be committing burglaries. I wasn't supposed to be in possession of arms because I can work. I just wasn't mentally okay. I was not thinking at that time. Regarding the drugs, how would you feel if they took your son away for 18 years? So how would you feel that if your son just got taken away for 18 years for no reason?
So, Mr. Rivera-Suarez, I do not know the circumstances under which your son was taken, but I understand during your interview with the parole officer that you said you want to look for a job, attend a drug program, obtain your CDL, and fight for your kids. I cannot address that part of it, but I do wish you the best of luck in, your ability when it's possible to get your kids back. But for now, I just have to deal with the offense that you committed, the fact that you're incarcerated, the fact that you were assigned to take programs. You have DRs and you haven't taken any programs. Okay?
Señor Rivera Suárez, yo no sé las circunstancias de por qué le arrebataron a su hijo. Esas circunstancias no las sé. Entonces, lo que yo tengo entendido acerca de la entrevista que tuvo usted con su oficial de libertad condicional es que usted quiere buscar un trabajo, quiere asistir a los programas, quiere tratar de conseguir su licencia de conducir a camiones que se llama la CDL. Quiere usted tratar de luchar para conseguir a sus hijos, pero en realidad pues yo no puedo enfocarme mucho en eso, hablarle mucho de eso, sino en lo que puedo yo enfocarme, aparte de desearle buena suerte con tratar de conseguir que le regresen a sus hijos, es enfocarme en la parte de sus ofensas, de también de que está usted encarcelado en este momento, que se le han asignado a programas que debe de completar, en el hecho de que no ha tomado ningún programa y de que ha tenido reportes disciplinarios.
Gracias por la comprensión de mis hijos, pero ¿cómo yo cojo un programa aquí si no me están llamando? Estoy tratando de hacer lo mejor que pueda. Me pidieron escuela, estoy diciendo escuela. Veo un trabajo hasta de gratis. Estoy esperando el programa que me llamen. Yo quisiera, sí, yo le dije que sacar mi licencia. Si me ponen afuera un programa, lo cojo el programa todo el tiempo que quieran. Pero aquí a esto no me están llamando, no están ayudándome.
Thank you for understanding with the situation with my kids. Regarding the programs, I want to take the programs. They're just not giving me any programs. If there's work, I work even for free. I'm wanting to get into the programs. I do want to get my license, but if they don't call me for the programs here inside, they don't give you the programs.
Right. Well, thank you for answering my questions and sharing with me what you want to do when you go back in the community.
Gracias por haber contestado mis preguntas y gracias por haber compartido conmigo lo que quiere hacer una vez que se reintegra a la comunidad.
Mr. Rivera Suarez, we understand that you're on the waiting list and it's not necessarily, something you have control over. The disciplinary reports don't help you move up on the wait list. That's part of the problem. So I do not have any questions. Ms. Berry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Suarez, I'm sorry, did you want to? I apologize.
Señor Rivera Suárez, entonces entiendo que usted se encuentra en la lista de espera y sabemos que no es algo lo que usted pueda controlar, pero sí tiene usted control sobre esos reportes disciplinarios. Esos reportes disciplinarios no le ayudan. Lo que eso hace es que le pongan más alto en esa lista de espera. En este momento yo no tengo ninguna pregunta. Voy a ir con la señora Berry.
Thank you. So, Mr. Suarez, we do understand and empathize with you about your son. However, how long are you going to allow the use of illegal substances to be your solution to your problems?
Señor Suárez, nosotros entendemos y verdad que le tenemos empatía por lo de su hijo, pero quiero preguntarle que cuánto tiempo usted va a permitir que el uso de drogas ilegales o sustancias ilegales controlen su comportamiento.
Sí, entiendo eso, que las sustancias no son buenas. Pero por eso fue que yo le dije a la oficial de parol que si ellos quieren meterme un programa fuera por un año, 2 años, 6 meses, para yo mantenerme limpio, porque ya ahora mismo yo no estoy pensando, mi enfoque no es en las drogas, mi enfoque es en que yo tengo que superarme, que yo tengo que sacar a mi familia hacia adelante. Antes yo me sentía solo. Yo estaba solo. Ahora no, tengo mi familia conmigo, que me está dando la oportunidad de que yo los conozca y ellos conocerme a mí. Que eso es algo que estoy más enfocado en eso que en droga, que está pensando en droga, que está en la calle, que está haciendo las cosas mal. Yo quiero enfocarme ahora en un buen futuro, en algo que yo pueda hacer bien. ¿Entiendes?
I understand. I understand that it's not good. That's why I spoke to my parole officer about maybe attending a program when I'm on the outside, like a 1 year program, 2 years, even 6 months to try and stay clean. That's not my focus anymore. Drugs are not my focus. My focus now is in improving myself, making myself better, moving forward with my family. Before I felt alone. I felt like I didn't have family. I felt like I didn't have anyone. But now I don't. I have my family with me. They're giving me the opportunity to get to know them and for them to know me. I am not focused on drugs or anything. I'm not focused on the streets. I'm focused on doing better and having a better future. Thank you. Gracias. You're welcome.
Okay, so we are all done with our question portion of the hearing. We'll now deliberate and give you our decision in just a few minutes.
Okay.
Muy bien, entonces hemos terminado con la porción de las preguntas. Vamos a hablar y en un momento le vamos a dejar saber la decisión de la audiencia.
Okay, thank you.
Panel member Chance.
So, Mr. Joshua Rivera Suarez today is rated very high risk recidivist. His criminal history consists of several serious charges that possesses public safety issues. He has, I count, 3 gun charges. He has a drug score of 5, received 3 disciplinary reports, all related to substance use, and has not completed any programs to address any of the concerns. So for me today, I do not find him suitable for discretionary parole.
For the interpretership, do you want us all to deliberate and then you'll interpret all 3, or would you like to do one at a time?
However you would like to do it.
Okay, did you understand?
Okay, so I agree with Ms. Chance. Mr. Rivera Suarez has had some difficulties. On the positive, he's been compliant with his mental health needs at the facility. He seems to be wanting to work on his GED while he's there, better his education. And although I'm not in favor of granting his parole today, I do think that once he completes some of the programs on his OAP, continuing with his mental health and working on his education, that he will be in a much better place when he is released towards the end of his sentence.
I agree.
Muy bien, señor Rivera Suárez. Están considerando factores, los factores que están considerando es el delito cometido, o los delitos, las ofensas que se han cometido, incluyendo la posesión de arma en tercer grado, las naturalezas y circunstancias de esos delitos. Los miembros del panel no están de acuerdo en otorgarle la libertad condicional. O el otro miembro del panel también no está en favor de otorgarle la libertad condicional, aunque se han tomado otras consideraciones también. Ellos se dan cuenta de que usted está dispuesto a continuar su educación, tratar de conseguir el certificado de educación después de la escuela secundaria, y que usted en este momento está cumpliendo con las reglas que se le han impuesto acerca de sus necesidades de salud mental. Pero a pesar de todas estas cosas que están tomando cuenta de que usted ha dicho que quiere mejorar y las cosas que quiere hacer, de todas maneras no lo encuentran apto para la libertad condicional. La tercera miembro también ha estado de acuerdo en esa decisión.
Thank you. So reasons for denial, Ms. Chance?
Inadequate institution program participation or institutional adjustment. adjustment. And he was on probation. We can use criminal history, but
Inadequate.
inadequate evidence of offense. Or
Anything else, Ms. Federico? Okay. So in the matter of Josue Rivera Suarez, 366735, I make a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons. For institutional adjustment, current offense committed while on probation, inadequate evidence of offender change, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
second.
All in favor?
Aye. Entonces ahora vamos a dar nuestra decisión en el caso del señor José Rivera Suárez, el número de continuado de 36735. En este momento se le va a denegar la libertad condicional. La razón de esa es porque ha tenido participación insuficiente en el programa institucional y pruebas insuficientes del cambio del ofensor. También por el delito actual cometido mientras se encontraba en libertad condicional. También porque ha tenido usted o ha habido evidencia que no ha participado en programas institucionales como se le ha requerido y el ajuste, un mal ajuste institucional.
This concludes the hearing for Josue Rivera Suarez, inmate number 366735.
Esto concluye la audiencia del señor José Rivera Suárez, número de continuado 36735.
Vale.
It's fine.
Eso es todo.
That's all.
Thank you.
Sí, gracias.
Thank you. Have a good Mother's Day.
You too.
Caramba.
Hi, all set?
Yes, we're all set. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.